Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Captain Coder here with another day of Wake Up and Code. We are working on Space Raiders. This is a 2D shooter, 2D space shooter prototype. All right, I gotta be clear. It's a prototype. This is not a not intended to be a full-blown game. It's intended to be a prototype where I can figure out, I can learn how I would go about making this. What are the like pitfalls, essentially? What are the pitfalls? What are the things that are challenging? How can I turn this into a project for some essentially first-year students? I have students who all of them have some amount of programming background, so they are essentially, one semester of programming type of thing. Some of them have more than that, but the class, I'm teaching a class, Introduction to Unity, where we're going to learn about Unity. This is going to be, I think, the second project in that class. The first project is sort of a point-and-click adventure game, and I have a different project for that I should maybe show off on here at some point. But this project, our goal is to learn about controlling, manipulating objects and using Unity's essentially event system, using their update. All right, so how to control things on the screen, how to do collision detection, no physics. So one of the important things I want to focus on in this particular project is I don't want to do physics, because once you start doing physics, things start getting a little complex. So as a programmer, we always want to ask the question, how do we manage complexity? How do we keep things reasonable so they don't start getting out of control? And I've already failed at that a little bit in our player controller. If I go to my player controller's massive. It has too many things in it already. And so one of the things I'm gonna have to do is massage that down to be a little bit less complex. But yeah, let me open up my player controller here. My player controller has way too many things. And look how many things my player controller already keeps track of. It's like 20 fields in here. It's too much. It's too much. We gotta scope that down a little bit at some point. But we've already kind of started doing that. We've kind of started doing it. My enemy controller crazy as well. I think my enemy controller is actually relatively reasonable. Yeah, my enemy controller almost reasonable. Has a we could. I would say this isn't too much. This is some you can manage to keep all of this in your head. Your player controller, there's so much. It's like, oh, it has this thing, has that thing. We kind of would want to move. I think different things we can chunk out and encapsulate as a one-off. So the sprite, we need like a sprite manager for it to manage how the sprite looks on it. But we kind of started this yesterday. So before we start, I almost went straight into it. We're gonna do our stand-up today. What are our goals? What do we want to get done? What did we manage to get done yesterday? So we did last time. We were gonna try and add a shield power-up, giving the player bonus hits. We managed to get that, and then we were gonna bonus add in bass music and sound effects. We started that. We were able to add in a little bit of sound effects to it. All right, so sign on. Last time, we added in shield power up. We add in a loot table to destructibles to allow dropping power-ups. We added a sprite, a shield sprite. All right. We added laser sound / explosion sound. All right, so those are the things that we did last time. I should probably start doing like sort of a sign off where I keep track of what I'm doing. But my goal here is to sort of think about, what am I about to work on today? What do I want to accomplish in the time I have? I have about 2 hours. That's how long I like to stream. That's how much time I've sort of condensed myself. I would probably stream way too much if I didn't set that time limit for myself. And then, everything else. Streaming's addictive. Streaming's addictive. All right, so today I want to get in the rest of my sound, like some more sound effects. Add additional sound effects for quote unquote all things. So this is gonna be like asteroids breaking, your player ship getting destroyed, collecting power-ups. So I want to add in some additional sound effects. Add in music. So add in the rest of my sound effects, add in music. I kind of feel like that should be enough. But we're gonna also go for add in sound effects for all things, plus add in explosion animation. We're gonna use particle effects to make an explosion happen, I think. And I'm gonna put a bonus here. I don't think music would be that hard to add in, but the bonus is gonna be adding music and having like a menu where you can adjust the sound effects. Add music / audio control panel. So we want to be able to control, you know, maybe someone wants to turn the explosion sounds off. Maybe someone wants the music to be louder, that sort of thing. All right. And that, I think, is going to be a full thing. So that's going to be my bonus for today. But we're going to try and get in some more sound effects and then an explosion effect. All right. So with that in mind, let's hop on in here. Yeah. So let's take a look at what we have again, just so we can refresh our brains here. But we almost have a game. In fact, you might even consider to say we do have a game. It's just not very fun. You don't have enough enemies. Might need more enemies. Okay. Insert coin. Fly around here. Oh, I died. Gotta come back to get my power up. Okay. So yeah, I need to add in a sound effect for these sort of asteroid getting destroyed. Player ship. So I want a sound for when the player gets hit with the shield, and then when the player gets destroyed. All right, so like the shield needs a, so we need sort of like a power up sound when you collect the shield. So the boop sound. We need a power down sound for when you take a hit and you have a shield, and then sort of like an explosion when the player gets destroyed. So the player getting destroyed shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. But this is where like my organization hasn't been the best, because I think the player getting destroyed is we go to my player prefab. So the thing that's nice about my enemy ship is I have this sort of destructible class attached to it that I can sort of add in these events. Say, okay, when I die, cause this explosion to happen. My player doesn't have that. My player's everything is sort of built into the player itself. So we probably want to make the player a destructible. Kind of. So it's like not quite a destructible. It's a. So if we look at our destructible control, let's close all of this stuff here. Over on YouTube, we got Mike. Good morning, Mike. Mike's my dad. Good morning, Dad. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Nice to see you this morning. Destructible controller. So my destructible kind of assumes that you're going to be getting hit by a laser. So I don't know if that is really what we want. Whereas my player, if we look at my player control, it's sort of built in here to the on trigger 2D here. And it is a little bit special because getting hit as a, maybe it shouldn't be special, but we have this thing called a player impactor that maybe we could utilize, saying, hey, this thing can hit a player and deal it damage. And so maybe we move this code into the impactor, and then the player has sort of like an on destroyed. The player sort of knows how to when it gets to a certain amount, it knows like, oh, I should destroy myself when these conditions are met. I don't know if that's what we want or not. Shield power, yeah, and I invoke when my shield power changes. I tell everyone I've updated myself. And the game controller sort of knows how to destroy the player. Because the game controller tracks how many lives you have. But what I could do is, rather than destroy player, it should probably just be lives remaining goes down. Set our game over screen. I'm trying to think what's the intelligent, what's the like manageable, semi-scalable way to do this. So my player controller, I want to... I think my player controller, I sort of have an on destroyed event. And then when I take damage and would be destroyed. So it's sort of like if my shield power... I almost need to like add in a method here, I think, that sort of take damage. And there's like, you could potentially have different ways for the player to take damage. So I think that's what I want to do. So like the player taking damage kind of makes sense. Public void take damage. We're gonna take an int amount. All right, so it's the amount of damage we're gonna take. So it's not, and then an impactor will apply 1 damage, or we can even make an impactor have like a damage amount associated with it. But the idea here is to sort of move this more of a logical thing here of take damage, and the ship will know how to damage itself. So we're going to sort of say, what do we want to say here? If I like want to move this code a little bit. It's not quite what I want. It's almost like we want a hull strength value as well. So if we have shield, it comes out of the shield. Right now we have a hull strength of 1, essentially. Trying to, but yeah, the idea here would be then I would call take damage 1. So we're gonna apply 1 damage to the ship. We want to make sure that we can't take, maybe we have a take damage, you can take negative damage, but I don't want negative damage to come in here. So I'm gonna make it so that you can't take negative damage. So if it's less than 0, you can't even take, like if it's a 0 damage, you can't take a 0 damage amount. You can only say, I'm going to try and do, you know, some positive amount. So I'm going to make it so it'll be an exception. It's going to be an error. New argument, system.argument. We're in Unity, so we don't typically import system because it conflicts with the Unity engine. Some of the things there. So we're going to do a system.argument next time. We're going to say, cannot take a non-positive amount of damage. Okay. We can't take a non-positive amount of damage. And so it's going to get pulled out of the shield first. So if our shield power is less than or equal to 0, then we're going to go ahead and destroy the player. So we're going to add in a listener here in a minute. Otherwise, we subtract the amount from the shield. And then we kind of need to check if we should be destroyed again, I think. Or we can sort of be like, well, if you have at least 1 shield, you can take any amount of damage, which is kind of a cool idea, I think. I don't know how I feel. I don't know completely how I feel about that, but if you have at least 1 shield, your shield will absorb all of that, but it might not absorb, you know, if you have 5 shield, it might not absorb a giant blast. So I think I'm going to do it that way for now. 1, because it seems easier to do it that way. But 2, I think it's kind of a cool idea of if you have any kind of shield, you're able to prevent any amount of damage. But if you have no shield, then you get destroyed. Which sort of feels like kind of spacey. If you're out in space, get hit by something, your ship's going down. But if you have a deflector, you have something to knock that away. So we're going to do that here. And we recall that shield power, if we look at this comment here, the ship shield power is a value between 0 and 5. Oh, well, let me update that comment a little bit more. This value is clamped. I'm going to change it here. We're going to say it's between 0 and 5. This value is clamped between 0 and 5. So that we know, but just by hovering over it, hey, if I change this value, so shouldn't it be private set? Yeah. We don't want people outside of our class modifying it. We're gonna do private set there. that break anything? Is anything outside of this class trying to set it? If it is, that's no bueno. We are. Ooh, in the shield power-up controller, we're doing it. Interesting. So this is like a design decision. Do I really want to? And I think that's okay, actually. We'll make it set. Because we've explained that it's clamped, I think we're okay-ish. All right, we'll be okay. If I was doing directly with this field, like if I was dealing with the value itself and not through a setter, I think I would want it to be private. And that's the whole point here is, well, we want to ensure that the ship's shield value is always 0 to 5. Although we may want to make 5 and 0, 5 specifically, a not a magic constant. So it's sort of like this magic constant. Now it might be nice to have a variable that's like max shield amount. So like I said, you might later on you might have a shop where you can upgrade your ship and buy additional shield capacity or something like that. All right, let's try not to ramble too much. Take damage, shield amount. If we're here, I want to add an event. That was the whole point here, was to add an event. An on destroyed event. So another option might be to make an on is destroyed boolean, and then this on change when something sees the player to look and see, should I destroy this thing? But I think I'm going to make a separate listener called on destroyed. Destroyed. R and O. It looks like my left hand and my right hand typed slightly faster than my left one here. I always do that, not always, but sometimes I do that thing. It's funny. OR instead of RO. That means my ring finger on my right hand went a little faster than my index finger on my left hand. I don't know if that's actually funny, but I find that kind of funny. So I'm trying to get rid of this on trigger enter thing here. I'm gonna pack that away into the player impactor. Yeah, so on destroyed. So here, rather than destroy player, although game controller can be nice, I might be able to suck that out. Yeah, I'm about to be able to get rid of this game controller field. This is gonna be nice. So now instead I do on destroyed.invoke this. So instead, anything that's listening gets notified that I've been destroyed. And the game controller, when it spawns the player, so we have spawn player, what we need to do is we're already passing in that game controller there. So when it spawns the game controller, rather than saying, oh, set this thing here, I can almost get rid of this now, actually, the spawn thing. I almost only need the template, and I kind of only need the template, but just for keeping it wrapped in my head, what we do is actually pc.onDestroyed.addListener. We're gonna add in our game controller's destroy player method. So this method sort of takes care of, okay, this is how I deal with this ship being destroyed. We do these things. So it's destroyed. We get rid of the game object. And in fact, this should probably be moved back into the player, but I'm gonna leave it here for now. But we change these things. All right, so, and then in our player controller, in our take damage, we no longer need this. We can have multiple things that when the player gets destroyed, it triggers those things to do something. All right. So I think let's make sure our ship can still be destroyed when we run it here. Insert a coin. All right, so Yep, still updates when we get destroyed, which is nice. Okay. And let's make sure, and I would be amazed if this didn't work, so it's not even built into the logic that we're modifying. Get the game over screen like that. Okay. So, what's nice is we have this on destroyed thing. So now we can add, if we want to get that sound in, so we want the player to explode, we can add in the same thing we did to the enemy ship. In fact, we can kind of clone that explosion. We have a prefab here, explosion. I just add that to my player, right? And we set it to be not enabled by default, but the explosion script, it should, I just add that to my player. I should probably set it up to be, so if I go into my prefab, should probably be disabled by default, because that's sort of the condition we want to do. But you just can add that explosion to the player now. And then we say in our on destroyed, we're going to add in our explosion and say explosion controller. Interesting. Oh, it can't quite work because we need a destructible. Right, sorry, I'm close to having this. Our explosion controller. Oh, expiration, explosion controller. Right now it's expecting a destructible. So I'm wondering if it's gonna kind of break some things here. Can I make it just accept a game object? And so this is the game object of where we want to put it. So I'm going to add in a second one here. I'm going to overload it. And it'll probably give me a problem here because if I make this a mono behavior. Oh, I'm amazed it didn't, because... Oh, it's because they don't extend each other? Destructible controller is a mono behavior. Kind of thought that was gonna yell at me here. All right, so we have an explode on just a mono behavior in general. And so I can come in here. Now, an explosion has this explode. It just takes in an arbitrary game object on the screen, something that has something that has a transform essentially, and does it. What if I make this a transform? So it's like, where should it put this explosion on the screen? At which point we do this. I think this is going to be an issue. Certainly gonna break what I have here. Is saying, oh, the thing that you were doing no longer exists. We don't have that, and it's almost. Can I put? Yeah, because I can't. Yeah, cause my, why is that? I'm trying to understand. My brain just hit a. I just hit a wall for a second. Definitely want it to, because my player is expecting a player controller to be passed in. All right, so on destroyed says, what am I going to pass off? And it happens to be player controller. So this thing does need to be a game object, or a mono behavior, which happens to be the thing that's going to be destroyed. Not necessarily destructible. I'm not even using the destructible thing here, so it sort of doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. I could even make this a game object. E is the explosion controller. Let's try this. Oh, that didn't work either. All right, so I do want it to be a mono behavior. This is interesting. Oh, because player controller isn't a game object, it is a mono behavior. It's attached to it. It has a relationship, not an is a relationship. So inheritance, let's say it is a, has a as composition. It's composed by it. So we have this explode. All right, so we'll just say that it takes in a mono behavior. And luckily mono behaviors have transforms and game objects associated with them. Okay. So I think, all right, that was a lot of talking to say, okay, we have a if the player gets destroyed, there we go. Little explosion sound. I don't like the delay on it. It's driving me, that delay is driving me nuts. But it's okay. We'll leave it in there for now. We'll figure it out later. But that was not too hard to get the player explosion in there. The cool thing is we can get rid of this game controller variable and reduce the amount of complexity associated specifically with the player control. We added in one thing, so maybe it's the same amount of complexity, but this is extensible. The game controller isn't so extensible, and it requires us to have more public things in our game controller if we want to do stuff with it. So in our player controller, I'm 90% sure we can get rid of this. Yeah, because it was only we basically were handing off because we needed it to be able to do a thing. But instead, the game controller just sort of says, oh, okay, well, this when player dies, this is sort of how I deal with that. So the idea is the player controller. This should really be called like player ship controller. Doesn't care how many lives the player has, just cares that it's an object on the screen. The game controller, on the other hand, sort of says, oh, this is how I manage that state. All right, so we got a little sound there. I want to add in a sound for when I get a power up. So let's go look at our shield power up. Similar, I want to add in an event here that like, oh, when I collect this thing, I want to play a sound. I need to play a sound when I collect this thing. And so in my power up, I think this one, we have a shield power up controller. This one, I think it's okay to add a sound directly. So our power up controller is pretty minimal. In fact, it has no sound. So I'm going to add in a sound to it that when you pick it up, it'll play that sound. Although there's like, we destroy this thing on collect, so kind of like we need to add in a sound, and then that'll spawn an object into existence that has the sound attached to it. I don't know. We got to do something with that though. But on collect, instead of just destroying it, we also want to play a sound. So we'll figure out where we want to attach sound, and we could potentially attach a sound to the player controller. But then if the player dies, the sound goes away. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out in a second here. But I think it makes sense to add and I'm pretty sure it's called an audio source. Like if I go back to my player or my explosion, we have an audio source rather than an audio clip. So the source is where on the screen. So like the cool thing is Unity will take care of positional audio for you. So if you put it on the screen in 3D environment, typically if you put it on the screen, it's like wherever the player's camera is, you might hear it off to the left or off to the right, depending on where the sound is positioned. So Unity has some cool stuff in that regard. But let's add in really explosion controller. We almost need like an audio, like a game sound. So maybe explosion controller isn't quite what we want. We want something called like a sound effect controller, because we essentially want to do the exact same thing that's going on here. Is there's going to be an event that causes the sound effect to spawn into the world and play a sound. So I'm going to duplicate explosion here. And the thing is, our explosion actually is going to do a little bit more than play a sound. It's play a sound effect and then also send some stuff. But we're going to add in a sound effect like this. And so the idea is the sound effect does have an audio source. We don't know what it is to start. So we'll put it to none, right? And the idea is you'll add this to something, and we'll rename this. Oh, I just messed something up. Hang on, did I mess something up? Go to I do have my explosion. I didn't modify my explosion. All right, so we have a sound effect. It doesn't have an audio. We attach an audio source to it. So we're gonna duplicate this explosion script. It was enemy. Where did I put it? Game controller. Power up player. Where did I put it? Explosion controller. Here it is. And the idea is we kind of want a sound effect controller. All right, so we're gonna do a sound effect controller. And there's not an explode. Instead, it's just sort of like a play, like do an actual play effect. So it's gonna be a sound effect controller. And we're gonna require that our sound effect have a audio source attached to it. So you cannot have a sound effect controller without an audio source. And so the idea here is sort of to have like a play sound method that causes the sound effect to come into existence. So I think, public void play sound, really what it's going to do is it's just going to clone itself and then set itself to be active. And by default, this thing should essentially be like not active. But yeah, play sound, it's going to clone itself. So we're going to end up with a sound effect controller clone. We're going to instantiate we're going to clone this thing. So this thing should be disabled. The idea is this thing should be disabled, but it knows how to play a sound. And so it clones itself. Clone dot get component. Clone dot set active. Clone dot game object dot set active. So it turns itself on, and then that should trigger the sound to play, because the audio source technically should be like set to autoplay. So that's the idea. That's the idea here. So we have a sound effect. We don't have an explosion control anymore. And the idea here with this expiration control was an interesting thought, but I have a slightly better idea of saying, oh, well, once the audio source is done, we'll get rid of it. We'll take it out. Sound effect controller. So it has an audio source attached, and we just say, okay, well, what audio source? And maybe I actually make it so that, kind of like this. Field, serialized field. Public audio clip. So instead, yeah. So before we set it active, clone dot get component audio. Well, we're gonna do a couple things. So do the audio source. Audio source, we'll say source equals clone dot get component. We're gonna go ahead and get the component like this, and then our source, we're gonna set the clip to be equal to the clip that was set. All right. I wonder if there's a way we can make it so the program will yell if this thing is null, so it'll have like a warning in the editor. That would be nice. I'm gonna look that up. That'd be just a really nice little feature to have. I know we can do it if we do like a custom editor panel, but I don't want to teach that on a project 2 project. That's like a advanced topics in Unity, I believe. So we're gonna set that source dot play on wake equals true. So we're gonna make it so like when it wakes up, it plays. And then can we add a listener? I want like an on. I'm wondering if there's a listener that says when this clip has finished playing, I would like to Listen. I would like to basically be able to check when has the song finished playing. Is there an event for that? And if there is, I can basically when this audio finishes playing, remove it. If not, I can do a thing in my update where I check if it's over. But let's see if Unity audio source on end event. Does it have an on end event? Detect end of audio. I don't want to. If I can avoid it, I don't want to put it in my update. Because putting things in update should be as fast as possible. If you have lots of things in your update, it's gonna bog things down. Audio source has an is playing. I want an event. Audio source events Unity. Doesn't look like there's an event. That would have been cool though. Yeah, they have it sort of in your update saying whether or not you should do it. So I guess we'll put it in update for now, or we can just sort of add a thing that says, well, check it every 1 second. Don't check it. Maybe when this thing starts up, we say, don't check every frame, just check every second. And when you're ready, take yourself out. And I think that's what I'll do. If you can avoid putting things in update, you're typically better off. Putting things in update bogs your program down a little bit, or it can, especially if you have lots of objects, because it does it every frame. So play on wake, set active, and then this is smart. I think I can say we're gonna add in source.clip.length. Yeah, so we can add a timer that says after this amount of time, destroy yourself. That's what we'll do. So we'll set it active, and we're gonna say after it's done playing +1 second. All right, so we're gonna do an invoke. Hang on real quick. Invoke. You can put a delay. All right, so we can invoke a method. Okay, so we gotta add a method. So private void destroy self. So destroy self, and destroy self is just gonna do destroy. So we need arguments to it. So this will be destroy. Ooh, interesting. Can we make a kind of cloning ourselves? We'll see here. So this dot game object. So we're gonna destroy ourselves. All right. Destroy self. The idea being clone.invoke. Yeah, we can do clone.invoke name of destroy self. And we're gonna say destroy yourself after source.clip.length +1. So the length of the clip +1. So after the clip's done, wait 1 second, destroy yourself. This will, I think, hopefully prevent it from like having some kind of delay when it plays. We might need to adjust that a little bit. But that's essentially what this does. So I don't have to put a thing in my update that says wait. Instead, I say, oh, well, when you're done, destroy yourself. I think I like this better. Although maybe I should read about invoke and see whether or not I should be doing that or not. Wakes up, clones itself, sets the object to active, invokes it. Yeah. Let's give it a shot. I think I like it. So we can go into what's interesting here. I didn't know, I'm curious. Right, so we have the explosion. Oh, it's in the power up. I'm curious. Yeah, in my power up, I have this on collect method. that we trigger here. And we need to have an event that says, okay, we want to be able to do some extra stuff. All right, so public Unity event on collect. And I think we can say, you make it a Unity event that says we take up the power-up controller itself so that we can potentially do stuff with it on collect. Get private set. We got to import this Unity event. This is coming from the events library. And then this is the field, serialize that field. All right, so we have this on collect here. And it conflicts here with this method. So I might want to rename this. This isn't on collect, this is just collect. This is the actual method that does the collection. And then on collect is the event that fires. So before we destroy this object, we're going to call on collect dot invoke this. So we send this off, we say, hey, here's this thing. And at the end of the day, we destroy it. And I might want to add a little check here that says if this .game object is not null, destroy it, because someone else might have invoked this already. Okay, so we have this on collect. So now in my power up here, can I just add in? I'm really curious if I can do this. I can. I don't even have to add. Ooh, this is beautiful. Oh, I can't do it because I don't know the sound effect. I can't quite do it. I can call play sound, but it doesn't have a sound effect actually attached to it. So I do need to add one of these here, like this. And then the audio clip I have to set. So I need to go find a power up sound. And luckily, someone in the last stream told us about this awesome little program, SFXR, which is like a random sound effect generator. So we can see if we can find a power up. Ooh, I like that. Can I save that? I can't. It says a wave. Waves are kind of big. Might want to later on turn that into an OGG, which is compressed. You can compress OGGs, and they're pretty nice. But we'll add in power up. Well, there it is. So now we have. It's interesting that there is a slight delay at the beginning there, and I don't know why. The waveform doesn't show it, but we'll have to edit that out. All right, so in our sound effect, we'll just drag in power up here. And then this becomes this sound effect controller. On collect, play sound. I'm super curious if that's all we have to do. It's like it's getting simpler. We're managing the complexity. There's so many ways to write this where it's super complex and you're doing all this logic in your update to make sure things are working. Using events is the way to go, man. If you can use an event to track it, you should. Dota, let me get that chat on the screen. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Oh yeah. We have the power up sound in there. Very nice. Dota, welcome. Happy Tuesday. It's so nice to see you again. We are working on our event system here, adding in sound effects. So our power-ups now have an on-collect event that we can do. Yeah, it's really coming together. I'm really happy with it. Trying to manage the complexity the best we can. The other thing that's nice about this is we have like this customizable sound effect that's pretty easy to do stuff with. We have this power up just added in there. It's almost like on my explosion. All right, so I added a sound effect there. I want to add a sound effect to my asteroids. When the asteroids destroy, we need to like have a thud sound or something. So my big asteroid on destroyed, we should be able to just add in a sound effect there, right? So we'll add in a sound effect. And then we'll say on destroyed, we are going to play, and maybe it should be an explosion. Ooh, maybe it should be an explosion. Oh, this is our on-screen controller. We don't want this here. Anyway, it should be part of our destructible. Yeah, how we doing today, Dota? How's your parser coming? Your interpreter? Are you interpreting it, or are you still parsing? So maybe I actually make this an explosion, because I want to add a particle effect at some point. So I'm gonna make this an explosion for now, and we'll just change the audio source. Or should I make my explosion prefab have a sound effect? So there's different things here. I actually think I'm going to try and separate those out. So sound effect and explosion should be different. So explosion is going to be the actual particle effects. All right, you got a print command in your language. That's always fun. That's always fun when you get there, like, oh, I can have it evaluate something and then call print. Oh, well, you'll hopefully get really good at recursion working on a parser or an interpreter, because you have, you know, an abstract syntax tree, and you basically navigate the syntax tree to do your evaluation. So I hope it helps you grow in that regard. I remember at some point recursion just sort of started clicking. And it just sort of like makes sense. That's with everything programming related though. So eventually something just like clicks, like, oh, I get it. So our sound effect here, we're gonna go generate a explosion, not an explosion, but like a thud. I want when you destroy an asteroid. Maybe that I kind of liked. Maybe. I don't know. I'm a big fan of. There are times if you have small, regular code doesn't use recursion very often. I don't know if that's true. There's plenty of places to use recursion. I feel like it's a little bit of a trope in some ways. People are like, oh, you should avoid recursion at all costs. I think that's just like a silly thing. Lots of things lend itself to recursion really well. And the idea with recursion is like, do I have a function that does this thing? If I do, I can use that function again. That one, I like that. We're gonna call this Asteroid hit. Have a little sound on there. Add that into my SFX. I think I like that one, Asteroid hit. Good morning, G. Happy Tuesday. When you say coaching, is that like a coding coach? You have someone coaching you through programming? If so, that's really cool. Have this sound effect go off. Play sound. Okay, so that's really cool. I do tutoring, so I tutor programming. The idea of calling it a coach sounds really cool, because some of the people I'm putting air quotes tutor. I tutor some people who do who are working on startups, who are like software engineers. I do some tutoring in DevOps, and I always feel weird calling it tutoring, but coaching is like a perfect word for that, because yeah, I kind of like that idea, coaching. Like, well, how can I structure this big project to work in this way? We need to do stuff with Kubernetes and whatnot. Like, it's not really tutoring, it's more of coaching. I like that. I think I'm gonna steal that term. All right, so our big asteroid has that sound effect. Let's get another one for our small asteroid. Let's see if we can generate another sound here. Mentoring would be a good one too. Gotcha. I definitely feel like the DevOps stuff that I do for my friend who works in a startup is more mentoring. I like that one too. Let's try this one. Asteroid hit 2. Drag that in. Oops, asteroid hit 2. Now let's go to our baby asteroid prefab, baby asteroid. And we just added another sound effect. This is kind of nice. I'm really, really happy with this. Asteroid hit 2. And we say on destroyed, play sound. When we did on destroyed, let me make sure that I do that in my big asteroid. Was it on my destructible? It was. All right, so we should have some sort of like minor explosion sounds. How often do you meet with your coach? Well, something terrible's gone wrong here. This interesting. Oh, I didn't add in the audio clip. Okay, that makes sense. SFX, asteroid hit. Big asteroid takes in the big hit sound. And my baby asteroid takes in... Oh, I did it for that one. All right, let's try again. All right. All right, this seems like it's a thing. I just got to get the audio to play a little bit. There's like this weird delay that I just got to edit out. And it's like all a sound. To be honest, the ensemble's better than... Oh, you don't get individual coaching often. It's more of an ensemble. He does ensemble sessions 2 times a week though. That's cool, because I think you were telling me that you sort of have like, it's almost like a reading group type of thing, where you have like topics, you come and you discuss it with the group. Ensemble learning is a beautiful way to do this. One of the things I like about streaming is I get to interact and talk with people and get different ideas. It's nice to have different ideas. All right, this is feeling good. I want to add in... Oh, I already played the power sound. Are there any sounds that I'm missing? The enemy shooting doesn't make a sound. I don't know if I want it to that. Oh yeah, it's so silent. All right, let's get another laser shot sound. So when the enemy shoots, we want to play a sound as well. Yeah, G, pew pew, that's right. Let's get another sound for the enemy ship. So let's try another fire sound. This is a great sound effects generator. This is awesome. We'll try this one. I like this one. We'll call this enemy laser. And Dota, let me ask you, you found the coach. How did you find the coach? I'm just curious. Free enemy laser. And this we were just gonna add. This should just continue to be an audio source. Play on wake up, and the clip itself happens to be enemy laser. All right, let's try that. Oh, this feels good. Okay, all right, we got a little game here. I wanted to make a sound for when you get hit and have a shield. That's the last one. And we switch roles every 5 minutes. The majority are sitting waiting. Pairing, yeah, if we have a maximum of 5 people coach, everyone codes, 1 person drive. I like the pair program driving. I do that with my students when we do pair programming. Driving and then navigator. That's really cool. That's really cool. If you don't mind me asking, who is what is the person on Twitch? What's their name? It's on Twitch, actually doesn't stream often. Oh, Jittered. This is the name of the person, Jittered on Twitch. I'm gonna look into that. That sounds really cool. Which, what is it? Jittered. Cool. I want to check this out. I want to check. This looks cool. I'm going to follow. I'm really curious. Jitter Ted. Thank you for sharing. Sounds like really, really interesting. I'm really curious to check that out. All right. So we have lasers here. We have sound effects. I want to make it so when we get the laser, when the shield gets hit, it goes down. So when the shield changes, we're gonna play a sound effect. All right, so when the shield, so we have a shield down sound effect. So I like. That one might be okay. We'll play shield hit SFX. I'm not sure if that's exactly. Let's keep listening. That one's not bad too. Ooh, I like that one. All right, we're gonna change it to this one, shield hit sound effects. All right, we're gonna add that into our game here. Shield hit sound effect. All right, and we want this idea of like when the player state changes, we're gonna play a sound effect. So in our player controller, no, in our player prefab, we have this idea of we need a new one that's like a shield sound effect class, and we want to check like, oh, well, has the shield amount gone down from what it was? If it has, we play the sound effect. So the sound effect happens to be, so we kind of need like a subclass of sound effect because it plays on a different type of event. It's going to listen to the player changing, but it's going to actually like check a state. So I'm going to make a subclass of this script here. Rather than a sound effect controller, it's going to be like a shield sound effect controller because it serves a very specific purpose, and it monitors when the player state changes. All right, so close others. We're going to duplicate this. This is in the sound effect controller. It's a part of the player object, so we're going to move it into the player. And it's going to be called a maybe it should be called like player sound effect. I'm gonna call it shield SFX controller. So it's gonna play this shield changing sounds, and so when the shield changes from when it reduces by 1, it's gonna play a sound, and when it gets down to 0, so when it reduces to 0, it's gonna play like a power down sound. Okay, so this is the shield SFX controller, and it extends the sound effect controller. All right, so it gets our clip for free. It has a play method sound. It has the destroy self sound, but the one thing that's different is Ooh, we actually need to override the play sound. Yeah, yeah. Because it has different sounds it can play. So in our sound effect, we're gonna make this virtual so that we can extend it. Virtual. We want to extend that sound and override how it works. All right. Either that or we can sort of have it change the clip. I'm interested here. I still think I need to make it extend this. So this one's going to be an override on play sound. All right. And when we call play sound, we don't actually... Maybe we don't do that, actually. Hang on. Not going to be virtual. See if I can do it without making it virtual. The idea is that this thing is going to listen to the player, and it's going to have a check play sound. It's going to take in a player, controller, or player. The idea here is it needs to keep track of what the ship's shield was previously, and if the ship shield is low, if it reduces, it plays one sound. If it's gone, it plays another. So we sort of need to keep track of int private int previous shield amount. So the previous shield was 0. And the idea here is we get the player dot shield power and we do a check. So we say if the player's shield power is less than the previous shield power, then we're gonna play sound. Okay, so this is sort of the shield sound effect controller. And then we set previous shield equal to player dot shield. All right, so we check, is it less than the last thing it was? If it was, we play the sound. It's very specific to playing the sound on the player there. And so I think I'm going to add it specifically to the shield here. Although maybe add it to the player makes a little more sense. I'm not 100% sure. It does force the player object to have an audio controller. Oh, no. What I want to do is I need a new object that is like a sound effect. So I add in sound effect here, and I'm going to replace this, or add in a whole new object actually. Create empty, because this is our sound effect. This is our shield sound effect. It's going to be disabled by default because it sort of duplicates it. Yeah. So we're going to do shield sound effects controller. It adds in my audio source. And the sound effect that we wanted was the shield hit sound effect. I think that's all we need. Because if the shield sound is going down, all right, let's give it a shot. Oh, we need to register it on our player. So on the player change, we now do check play sound. And that will determine whether or not we play the sound. So it's all about connecting our events, wiring things together in a nice way. All right, so let's go collect a shield here. Like so, and then, yeah. So it does play it. It's a little minor delay on it, so we gotta fix, we're gonna have to chop off like a microsecond at the beginning of each sound. But it does play it, and then the idea is if our player shield decreases to 0, right? So if it's less than this, we have like a second check So if player shield is less than previous shield, and then if player dot shield power is equal to 0, we're gonna play, you know, a power down sound. Else we play. We want to like swap out the clip that's gonna be played. So really, we might actually. What's interesting here is this maybe has like 2 different sound effects. I'm trying to think what the cool thing about programming is you kind of can do things in multiple ways. So how you do it, how you manage that complexity is the part that's important. How are we managing the complexity here? Are we doing it in a way that is reasonable and extensible? Can I make my sound effect controller? I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna add in a second method that accepts a clip. Oops, audio clip to play. So we can play a specific audio clip. So rather than doing just clip, it's gonna say what clip do you want to play? Sound effects allows lets us play any clip. So I gotta replace source.clip.link. That'll still work. And then play sound just becomes play sound with the clip that's assigned. So we'll have the ability to select a clip, but we also can have like a default clip attached to us as well. So in this case, we can add in a second sound. So our default sound is going to be the clip that's attached, but we're going to add in a second sound here. So we're adding a public audio clip powered down sound, get private set. And this is going to be another field, serialized field. We'll be able to set the powered down sound here. And then here we'll do this dot play sound, powered down sound. All right, so in one case we use the default sound, otherwise we call powered down. Okay, and so let's take a look here. And now, did I accidentally add in, does player have an audio source on it? Player should not have an audio source. Player has a shield sound effects. We don't want it attached to the player. Remove that component, which allows us to remove this component. Instead, we have this object over here that is a sound effect that registers on the player that knows how to play it. So the powered down sound, let's see if we can find a nice powered down. Nope, not that. I want it. I kind of want like the inverse of that. I want like a pew. So oh, this is interesting. I'm wondering if I can. Fascinating. Wonder if I can go. I don't know enough about this. I sort of want the sound to be reversed. So I'm wondering if I can reverse this sound. Let's see, power down. Let's see if I can reverse it in Audacity here. Let's get Audacity open. I don't know a whole lot about like sound effects and audio engineering. So we're gonna see if we can take a sound and reverse it here. So I want this, but I want it flipped. Can I just do a reverse effect? Effect. Reverse. Ooh! I don't think you guys could hear that, but it played on my speaker. The audio, the stream audio is. Oh, I wonder if. Oh, you can hear that. Maybe. What's interesting This is playing through my speaker, not through my headphones. And I think I have it set up so it only plays, sounds effects are only, anyway, rambling. I'm rambling. Yeah, I think it's because my microphone's picking it up from my speaker. My headphones. Okay, so here we go. This is gonna be our power down sound. Power down. And I think I want to clip it a little bit at the start. I've been wanting to do that, so if I were to do this, I think that'll just be a little bit better anyway. Did that do... Oh, I'd have to actually hit save. There we go. Okay, let us add that as our power down sound. So the idea is when we lose all of our shields, we get a power down sound. Gotta get some shield power-ups first. Okay. All right, I liked it. I liked it. And kind of felt like maybe I should play both sound effects on the power down. So I think I'm going to actually make it so it will always play this sound, but it will also, if you get the full power down, it'll play both. I think that's what I want. Let's try it. More like that. All right. All right, I'm happy. I'm happy. Let's do a commit here. I'm happy with the progress we've made. Let's do a commit. Format this. Get status. I did a lot. Get add this. Get commit dash m. Add chore. This is a chore. Add additional sound effects. Specifically shield, power, shield hit, shield power down, asteroid hits, enemy lasers. All right, so we added in our additional sound effects. What else did I want to do? Explosion animation. Okay, so I always think, oh, did I finish my goal? I want to add in the explosion animation in here. All right, so we are going to do a particle effect, I think. So if we go to, we're gonna just add this to explosion. Prefabs explosion, and we'll go ahead and enable it so we can see it. But the idea is that this will have a particle system. All right, so an explosion is going to be a particle system. Explosion. I'll just leave it as particle system. So this is always interesting to do. We want them to like explode out. Let's change the color so we can make it change color as well. So we want it to go like from orange to red, so we can like animate the color. So we can say color by speed, and we can change it so that way it, do you want color by change? Color over lifetime. That's what I want. Color over lifetime. And so if I click on this, oh, I got to check that on. I can sort of start as a one color and go to another. So we're going to go from orange to like red, I think. So we'll start as orange. And then I want to go to, what can I do? Oh no. Oh, colors on the bottom one. Okay. All right. So we'll start as orange-ish. And then we will go to red. So it does sort of change colors as it's moving. And the alpha, we are going to make it vanish as it goes off. So it turns dark red and disappears. Okay, so it sort of turns dark red, disappears. The idea here is we want it to shape. We can change how it comes out here. Although the circle seemed, is that what I want? We can make it sort of come out like that. I like the spin there. The spin, how it spins out like that. That's going to be like how we explode. And we can make it be fast. Ooh, 1.2.5. There we go. Spin out like that. And we don't want it to go as far. Christy, happy Tuesday. Welcome back. It's so nice to have you here. Good to see you this morning. We just set the lifetime to 1 second. So that's sort of like a blow up, fly away from us that way. And then if we set the speed, there we go. So that's our explosion effect, I think. So it sort of flies off, and we don't want it to loop. We just have it happen once. Boom, like that. Or maybe not. I thought it would stop. Oh, is the duration super long? Duration 5. We want the duration to be 1 second, I think. Boom. Like that. And maybe our speed. Let's see how that looks in game when it happens. That's particle effect seems alright. But yeah, the idea is this explosion, when it turns on, it'll just start that up. And we should kind of be able to just hit play and have this be in there because we put it in a prefab and our enemy ships have the explosion and our player has the explosion. So if we look at it real quick, we see that we have that particle system. Yeah, let's see if we have an explosion. AP Tex, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Hope you're enjoying. Boom. All right. All right. So we have a nice little explosion effect. Oops, I didn't mean to hit. I was trying to shoot. Clicking shoots. And I was hovering over that pause button. So let's see. Boom. Yeah. It's pretty good. Little explosion effect. It needs to be shorter and have more particles, I think, though. So let's go back to our explosion effect here. And enable. And particle system. Let's have it loop just so we can see it. So we can watch it. I think I want it to be dense. More dense right over time. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Let's try 25. I want it to be more dense, and maybe not. Maybe I do want to just like boom, dump everything at it at once. But I also want the duration to be short. I think 0.5 is what we want, and we'll tell it not to loop. Play, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. If I make it so that the shape is random, it might look a little better. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Maybe we do have 50. Let's try 50, see what that looks like. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's try that. I like it. I like it. All right, let's try it. Let's see what the explosion looks like if we have that particle effect on it. Everything's gonna show up with the particles. I didn't disable it? Okay, I did disable it. the radius is too big. Can I reduce the radius down? All right. So I think the distance it goes 0.5. I think it's also related to sort of like the velocity of these guys. Start speed 1. There. I think that's sort of what we want. We don't want it to go flying out so far. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I keep saying it's pretty good, and I feel feel funny saying that. Walking the dog, Christy. Cool. What kind of dog do you have? I have a stumpy-tailed Australian cattle dog, a blue heeler. Let's try it now. That looks great. All right, we added the explosion effect. Wasn't too hard to add in, so we're gonna make it by default be hidden here. All right, but we got the explosion. No code on the explosion, just Unity particle effects, which is beautiful. Some beautiful Unity particle effects. Oh, no worries. I'm glad you're hanging out here with us. Boom. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I got the explosion effect. Let's see if we can add in a different effect to our asteroids. When the asteroid breaks, it might be nice to have like some particles fly off of it. Those ones shouldn't really be like traditional particle-esque effects, but it might be nice to have like some debris fly off of it. So we're gonna see if we can make that happen using particle effects. I am gonna save this scene though. I didn't have to do any code for that, which was nice, but it did modify our explosion prefab. So we're gonna go ahead and add that in there. As a chore, add explosion particles. Cool. So we got an explosion effect that I think looks pretty nice. Rottweiler. Awesome. So we want to add in a asteroid particle effect. Let's see if we can just sort of we're gonna prototype it here and then probably turn it into a prefab so that we can sort of attach it to both. But I'm gonna add a particle effect to this. So we're gonna add in effect particle system, and we're gonna see if we can make it not look particle-y, but instead look debris-ish. So I'm curious if I can add a texture to it, right? I want to know, because it'd be nice if I could say, oh, well, make it look like chunks of the asteroid using that color. Renderer. Render mode. Mesh? Maybe not a mesh. Billboard. Material. So we can change the material. That's interesting. So maybe can I make some material that asteroid material. I'm curious if I can make some material that looks like the asteroid. And I'm not the best at this, so source. I like kind of want a material that's based off of my sprite. And so I should probably look at a tutorial for this. I honestly don't know what I'm doing here. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm really curious. Render. Let's look at. Let's do a little internet search. Unity particles from sprite. How to use sprite? How to use 2D sprites with particle emitters? Yeah. So I'm wondering if I can put little sprites coming off of it. That's sort of what I'm thinking. Create a sprite, import it, add this, create a new material, add the sprite to the material. Okay, that's sort of where my brain went. I was like, oh, can I make a material here? Gag your sprite onto the texture. Okay, I just didn't know. All right, let's create a material. Although this looks nothing like that. Add a sprite to the material. Shader standard. I noticed that they had changed that to GUI text shader. Change the shader material to GUI text shader. And we will add in an Asteroid baby. Oh, okay. Interesting. And then I can change a color here. Make it brownish, maybe. See if this looks any good if I were to change the renderer and say, okay, well, I want to use my new material. Not quite what I was expecting. Particle size, 0.1. Can't change it. That's funny. That's funny. That's sort of how I might do something like that, though. Let's go back. I'm not gonna try anything too crazy here. Instead, let's see if we can make it. I want it to be debris-y. All right, so size over lifetime, and we'll make it so it sort of shrinks. So we want the size to change. So we have go from big to small. So what's interesting here is the curves in there. I really didn't want a curve. Let's go uniform, but I want uniform the other way. There we go. All right, so it'll shrink. Let's make it brownish. And then make them, really we just want them to be small from the get-go. And not have a ton of them. Duration will be short, 0.25. Not looping. And not a lot of speed. Lifetime 1. Speed 2. We do want it to emit more. That might look okay. When we destroy it, when it gets destroyed, that might look all right. And I kind of want it to like go behind it though. So let's see if we can make it so the sort of emission shape. Can we make it so it's already a cone. Let's keep this looping just so I can see it. I want to see if I can make it so that they'll show up just behind it rather than on it. That's interesting. Can make them show up further away. Radius. Angle. Oh, I think it's because this is in sort of 2D space. It is going behind it. I need to change. I want it to emit in a different direction. Yeah, I want it to emit like that. So let's set this to -90. Now it's interesting. -90. There we go. Now if I go back to 2D, they're coming off the top there. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. And we won't loop it now, so it'll look like that. When it gets destroyed, it sort of flies off in the behind it. And the angle, now I can shrink the angle and the radius like that. I like that. I think that's going to look really pretty good. Pretty good. Let us... Now we need to sort of make it so this is a particle system. that appears when the asteroid with the on destroyed, right? So we kind of want this thing to like, it works a lot like the sound effect, right? So the sound effect knows how to play itself. And so our explosion, I think we want to change our explosion to not actually have a sound effect. Instead, the explosion is just a particle system that shows up on it. So I'm going to go to my and then you can sort of modify it. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to call this Asteroid Explosion. And I want to take this particle system. Can I just add it in there like that? Do you want to replace the contents? No, I'm not sure. Save the particle system. See if I can copy paste it in here. I can. Okay. And let us enable this whole thing. The idea is I don't want this one. Instead, I want this particle system as the transform, and I want it to be in 0, 0. All right, and the idea is that an explosion does have an expiration on it. I don't know how I feel about that. It's almost like I want to say, well, how long is the... I want to do something similar, saying like, well, with the particle system, how long is that going to last? Really, I want the particle system to be... Can I move it to that? Yeah, so it's almost like I want my explosion controller. Good morning, Christoph. Happy to see you. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome aboard. We're trying to make some exploding asteroids today. Not exploding, but particles, debris from our asteroids when they get hit, floating off into space here. Can I copy component? Paste as new component. Yeah, so I add my particle system directly there. I don't need this. So the idea I'm thinking is that my explosion controller, let's edit this script. My explosion controller, and this is going to cause problems because I have explosions on a couple of things. The idea is my explosion controller is actually doesn't care about the sound. The explosion controller, I hit something. Sometimes I do this, and I don't know what hotkey it is to get rid of that. I bet it's just a view. Explosion controller. Alright, so the idea I'm having here, nope, expiration controller is wrong. Explosion controller is that we want it to require a particle system. Okay. So the explosion controller has a particle system. When we explode, it's going to generate that particle system. And then after that particle system is done playing, we are able to destroy ourselves. Because the way we've been doing that before is, well, we just have this expiration controller, and that was like a hacky way to make it happen. So instead, no expiration controller. Explosion doesn't have a sound. It doesn't have a sprite renderer. Instead, it just has a particle system. It's required to have a particle system, and it's going to use the duration of that particle system to turn itself off, or to sort of destroy itself. So on explode, get rid of that. We only care about the explode thing here. It cares about where it's going to put it, and we're going to say we're going to put it wherever this mono behavior happens to be. So I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm okay for now. The idea, though, is I have an explosion controller, so I know I can do e.get component particle system. It's required to have one of these so I can get the particle system and do something with it. And the thing I want to do is I want to ask here. Let's format. We got a bunch of extra white space there. Particles dot duration. So I can set a timeout. I can have this callback that says, well, after this thing has finished running, go ahead and destroy yourself. So we're going to add in a public, this one's private, void destroy self. And all destroy self does destroy this .game object. And we did this in our sound effect controller. It's essentially the same thing we did in our sound effect controller. It says, oh, I need to be able to tell myself to die later, invoke myself later. And there's probably a better way to do this, but there's like this invoke method that I've discovered. So we can say that e.invoke, and we can say, well, we're going to invoke our destroy self after article, what is this saying? Use, saying not to use .duration here. Main.duration is what it's saying to use. We're going to say after the particle effect ends plus 1 second, get rid of ourselves. So we give ourselves a little extra time for the particles to do whatever, but the duration itself. And so this will sort of add this thing into the universe and also remove itself. And now we got to go kind of repair the refactor here. We've broken some stuff by doing this, so we have to go fix it. For example, we want it the component to be not turned on by default. It clones itself when it happens, but everything that we were using the explosion on, which happened to be our enemy ship. All right, so our enemy ship had this explosion. Let us. Let's change. Actually, it's our explosion prefab that we should really change. Explosion prefab doesn't need. So we had added this particle system. So we're actually going to copy this particle system. And we're going to put it on the particle system that comes with the explosion controller. So we're paste component values. So we get that part. And we can remove this particle system. And no longer have an audio source on. Maybe we do want an audio source on the explosion. I don't think so, though. I think it makes more sense. We no longer need the expiration because it should be able to. We no longer need the sprite renderer. So we just sort of have like the explode. This is kind of nice. We just have this explosion controller. Just add that on there. It's going to use whatever particle system exists to render itself. But now, so our explosions should still work, but we're going to lose some sounds. Everything, the explosion controller had the sound attached to it, which was maybe nice, but now what we're going to do is in our player, we're going to just add in an explosion sound effect. So we have the shield sound effect. We can actually just say, okay, well, we have another sound effect on the player. All right, and so this sound effect is going to be an explosion sound effect. So I go to my sound effects and say, okay, well, the player is going to have this sound effect. Okay. And then we register that sound effect onto our on destroyed. In addition to having the explosion explode, we have the sound effect play itself. So we get the explosion sound effect when we're destroyed and the explosion effect. And so they're decoupled. They're not coupled together. So before they were sort of coupled together in this potentially awkward thing. So later on, if you wanted to do something, so I've decoupled them into individual components. I don't know if that's good or not. It's just when you program, there's many different ways to manage the complexity. And your goal is like, how can I make this extensible, but also not so obscure that it's impossible to use. So I think I kind of like this because we can look at the player and say, okay, when the player is destroyed, we're going to play this sound effect and we're going to play this explosion. And so can I rename this to explosion sound effects? Yeah. So I just say, oh, that's the explosion sound effect. This is the shield sound effect. All right. And then we have the actual explosion animation on there. And so let's go to our enemy now. So our enemy ship, we got to do the same thing. We've updated that, but now when the enemy gets destroyed, we need to add in a sound effect. All right, so we're gonna add a sound effect to our enemy ship. The sound effect happens to be, and what's cool in here is it's easy to change what sound effect plays. Let's go with Explosion 2. Maybe Explosion 2's, let's see what that sounds like. Yeah, so now when the player blows up, that one, when this enemy blows up, it's that one. Not too bad, not too bad. So we're gonna add that in here. Go ahead and save. We have to register it here. So the, the destroyed sound effect becomes play sound. We just say, okay, we're gonna play that sound. Very nice. I'm realizing that I don't know that I need this. Oh yeah, on hit versus on destroyed. They're two different things. We could potentially have a hit sound or some effect that happens when we're hit. Fire spawn. Oh, that's the spawn point for the fire. All right, let's see if we broke anything here. Particle, we're missing some components. I think I cleaned those up by going through here. All right, so we made some changes. We did some refactoring. We haven't tested out that refactor yet, but player should you get the explosion sound effect. The enemy has an explode and the particle effect, so we can still collect those. All right, and we wanted to add a small particle effect to our asteroid when you hit it. That was the whole point of modifying that. So our asteroid here, I made a special asteroid explosion. I can just add that in there. Get rid of this particle effect. And we say that on destroyed, we're gonna asteroid explosion is an explosion controller. Explode. Like that. And we can do the same thing for our baby asteroid. Let's add in our asteroid explosion and register that as on destroyed. We are going to explode. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see how we did. It's coming together. It's really coming together nicely. I'm really, really happy with it. It looks kind of funny. But it kind of works. It does a thing. I think maybe I want the it looks so goofy to me. I'm wondering. Yeah, I do like that it sort of flies out behind it like that. I think it needs to be a little bit different, but it's a prefab here, so we can go play with just that prefab. And say, okay, well, how do I want it to look? I think it's sort of like, it shoots, I'm not entirely sure what I don't like about it, but I think that the amount of time is fine. The amount that comes out, I think, is kind of okay. I think maybe the way it comes out, and maybe the size is a little weird. So maybe I think maybe it lasts too long too. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my. I know I don't like it. I feel like a bad client. I don't know if anyone's having a client's like, well, I don't really like that. It doesn't pop for me. But let's see if we can. Well, let's look at it. What do I don't like about it? It just looks kind of. I think it is that it just blows up out behind it. I think maybe. Oh, that's interesting. If I hit it just right here, I guess I could kill these guys too. Make my life slightly easier. Okay, so now the particle effect seems to. Oh, I know what's going on. It's because I made it not disabled by default. Oh no. Gee, that it's been a while since I've done that. Port like accidentally gotten gunk. I cleaned my keyboard a couple days ago. The D and C key were acting up. And so I did clean it out. 15 screws on the outside. That's wild. Nice mechanical keyboard, I'm assuming. Mine, I think there's only 4 screws. I didn't have to take the screws out. I just pulled the keys up. I cleaned around the keys and got in there a little bit. All right, let's kill these. I definitely need to make it so you can... Ooh. You can't fire that fast, I think. 15... That's kind of amazing how many screws you have on... Alright. What do we think here? Anyone have any opinions about this, like... particle effect for destroying the asteroids? It exists. I'm not entirely satisfied with it. It's a little bit... Maybe... I mean, it's growing on me. It's growing on me. I'm not sure if I like it or not. I think it could be better. I'm gonna leave it alone. All right, we're gonna commit this. We got our asteroid explosions in there. Got our sound effects, and I feel like we have a pretty nice system for like if we wanted to make some new enemies, new asteroids. We don't have to do a whole lot of coding. You're right. So in Unity, one of the things you want to do is you need to figure out, well, what's my model? What's my controller? How does it view? And now I can start building things without... You build a framework. So it's really interesting when you program in Unity. It's very easy to let things get overly complex and not know how to do things. If you do it well, and this is with any program, if you do it well, it's sort of... You build a framework for putting together. You're not dealing with tons of different little gnarly bits. Everything's sort of self-contained and pretty straightforward to use the editor to do. And you know, we're not doing any not building any custom editor tools, but we're using the built-in ones to do it. Yeah, gee, I don't like the particle effect, but I don't hate it. That's sort of where I'm at with it. Oh, I don't want to commit that material. We'll do that another time. Well, what did we do here? We added in... Let's look at it. Explosions. Yeah, so we reworked explosion. Refactor. Rework explosion to use particle system. Refactored enemy ship player to use sound plus explosion. Added explosion to asteroids. Nice. Okay. What did we do here? All right. So we just hit our goal. So on, my stand up here, I had said today I want to add in sound effects for all the things. So I've added sound effects for everything that's currently in there. I added an explosion animation using particle effects. And my bonus now is to add music and an audio control panel. So we're going to see how far we can get into that. First, let's see if we can find some music we want to use for this. So I'm probably going to pause the music that's playing while we listen to and go to Open Game Art. Beautiful website, amazing website, great place to find assets for any game you're making, especially prototypes. Finding lots of assets that all match can be challenging, but aside from that, it's not bad. So I'm going to pause this music here. And we're going to go see if we can find some space music. All right, and then we'll say we're looking for just music. See if we can find something nice. Although space music might not be the best thing to search for. We're looking. We want to find music that sort of feels epic but spacey, actiony. All right, not this. This feels like space exploration. If I was making a space exploration, I might like that. Got that funky bass. Ooh, this one's too epic. We got some Gregorian monks chanting. Interesting. And it kind of needs to have a loop as well. So maybe not. Maybe searching for space music wasn't the right thing. Space boss battle theme. Okay. Ooh, I think this one's pretty good. We're gonna go with this one for now. And we're just gonna get it dialed in right so it's not too loud, and then we'll add a sound controller in there so you can like adjust it. Oh, I don't like that it's an MP3. MP3s don't loop well. That's too bad. We're gonna maybe come back to this one. Getting MP3s to loop is hard because they get sort of compressed at the beginning and end. And so then I'm gonna have to manually loop it, which will be painful. Oh, that's too bad. Let me post a comment on here. Oh, if you would like a loopable version, you can contact me via my website. Right, so I might have to contact this person because I like it. Disappointing. And it makes me a little sad when people do that. I try and, when I publish my stuff, I try and make it as usable as possible. All right, so we're gonna, instead of looking for space music, we want to find sort of like techno battle, maybe loop. And we also need it to loop. So I'm gonna search for techno battle loop. Let's see. Oh no. Open game art. Not loading. Sometimes this happens. Techno loop. All right, there we go. It's okay. Trying to find the right sound. Is this what we want our space music to be for our space game? I want it to be intense. I want it to be like Xanac. All right, so Xanac. I want it to feel like Xanac. Here, let's look at Xanac here. I want it to have this feel to the first level here. All right, someone. I want like this. It's like driving, but epic. Fast driving. Yeah. So we're gonna keep looking for a sound that loops. Fast battle loop. Oop, didn't mean to click on that. Ooh, this might be okay. Oh, here's another one. Ooh, I like that. And it's a wave, so it's loopable. Hopefully. I like this one a little bit better, though. I think this one wins. Yeah. All right, we're gonna start with that one, and then maybe I want to do it. One thing that's nice about it is Creative Commons 0. That means you don't have to credit the author, but it's interesting because they say, you know, you should credit me, but then they have it CC0, which is public domain. I always like to credit. It's just always funny, not funny, interesting to me when I see that. So I'm gonna add this to my favorites. We're gonna go ahead and download this. Byte looped. We're gonna add that into our, where'd it go here? Assets. So we have a sound effects. We're also gonna have a music folder. Oh, and this is a wave. So I actually want to, wave files are huge. So I want to compress it as an OGG. OGGs are loopable. Oh, sorry, OGGs. Yeah, OGGs are loopable. But yeah, if I look at the file size here, so something to keep in mind when you're doing Unity stuff, this is a 4 megabyte file, which is huge if you're trying to publish it on like a web page or something. 4 megabytes not crazy, but when we compress it as an OGG, there'll be very little audio loss, typically, and it's still loopable. Whereas MP3s have like massive compression, but you lose, you know, it compresses the beginning and end. We'll try a 4 here. See what size we get. And I went into our music here. So it went from 4 megabytes down to 380 kilobytes. So much less, and it probably will sound pretty good too. Yeah, I personally can't tell the difference. All right, so we're gonna add in like a little, you know, a theme player here. All right, so we're gonna create a game object, create empty game object. This object is gonna be our, well, I don't know what I call it, but I want to call it audio controller, but that's already a name in Unity. Instead, we're gonna call it, I guess I'll just call it music player. Music player. We're gonna add this to it. And the easiest thing is, we'll play on wake and we loop, right? How long? It's 24 seconds. All right, so let's see how the game feels with this music in there. But the idea is I don't want it actually to play until I insert a coin, so we're gonna add that in later. And it's really loud compared to everything else, so see if we can hear the loop. I think it just looped. It's feeling pretty good. Yeah. All right, I can't hear the loop, so it seems to be working all right. Okay, so now what we want to do, music player, it's gonna put it in the middle. I don't know why we really need it in the middle, but in 3D space, it'd be nice to have this where you want it to be. So I have a music player. It's not gonna play on wake. Instead, we need to have it listen to our game controller, right? So the music player knows how to play itself. The game controller has some events, and so the game controller will sort of say, oh, game started and game over. And so when the game state changes, the music player will know how to stop itself. So we'll have in the music player, let's turn that down to start out. Volume was way too high. We're gonna put it at 0.4 maybe. But yeah, we're gonna add in a music controller, create script music controller. And the music controller is just gonna have sort of a stop and play thing associated with it. So it's required to have a audio controller, audio source on it. All right, so it's required to have an audio source. And it's gonna have two functions, two methods. Play which just causes it to play. So get component audio source dot play. And then the other one is stop, and it just sort of forwards to these two things. So I don't even know that we really need it, but I'm gonna actually make it so when we play it fades in. Eventually I want to make it so when we start playing it fades in, or when you die it fades out, or something along those lines. We want different things, and our music controller will have different types of music. So we might have it so it will play the battle music. We're gonna extend it later, but to start out we're gonna have this play on it. And what we might do is we might actually say play, game theme, something along those lines. But this is gonna know about our game controller. So we're gonna add a new event to our game controller that says on start, essentially. So like game, we have on live change, on score change. We're gonna add another event here that basically says on game over and on game start. Okay, so in our game controller here, I'm going a little long, and I hope you guys don't mind that I'm going a little longer here. But we're going to add in another event to our and we'll have it take in a game controller just for funsies, but it's going to be on game start. All right, so it's like on, maybe we can call it on insert coin. So like when you click the insert coin, this happens. What's cool is we could have like, we could register the music controller to be like when your lives change, when you're down to one life, it starts playing some other music. So we could add different types of listeners to it. So I'm kind of excited about that. When we're on game control, on insert coin, that's what I want to call it. And we're going to say when we actually click insert coin, after it's all spawned, we do on insert coin. Oh, is this going to complain? No, it's just insert coin dot invoke. So anything's listening, waiting for someone to click the on coin, right? So the game controller knows when a coin's been inserted. It's going to trigger anything that's observing it to do its thing. And in this case, the music controller is going to tell the music controller is going to play. All right, and then there's another one we want, which is the on game over. So these are different events that happen while we're playing that we want to be able to register things on. So what's cool is we're going to actually be able to get rid of our game over screen, our start screen. These things will be registered on this object and know how to sort of deal with it themselves. So we're reducing our complexity, we're shifting the complexity elsewhere, and we're using an event-based system, which Unity is great at doing. Okay. Has a lot of tools built in. So you can easily fall into a trap where you're putting everything in your update method, and that's a little bit slow. Instead, let's do everything on events rather than polling and checking, hey, has it changed, has it changed every frame, and say, oh, well, I'm only going to have this happen when an event fires. So in this, my game over here, hang on, I actually have to say, well, how do I know when it's a game over? That happens to be not when on live change, but down here, when we destroy the player, if we have less than zero lives remain, we actually are going to say that, hey, on game over, the game just ended. Okay. All right, and now with our music player, we can add it as a listener here. All right, so as a listener, on insert coin, our theme music, music player. This thing needs to have, hang on, music controller. All right, so we have a music controller here. I actually think I'm gonna make this take in a game controller for now, so that we can have it adjust the music based on what the game controller is telling it. All right, but for now, it's just going to forward say stop and play. Add that in there. And that might just be a dumb thing to do, but we'll find out eventually. But yeah, this thing's gonna register itself on our game controller. So we have our music player on insert coin. We play, and on game over, we stop. And so what's cool is that what we can do now is when we actually get the on game over, we instead of calling stop, we can sort of have it say, we'll change music. All right, so when we start this up, it's on autoplay, I think, right now. I think I'm gonna turn that off. Oh, I didn't, I already did. Not on autoplay. Now on insert coin, we get it. And when we get our game over, I don't know why I'm avoiding things. I'm trying to get a game over. My intuition as a gamer says, oh no, I gotta avoid the things on the screen. All right, and it stops, and we insert a coin, and we get going again. All right, so it's all based on events. The music system's based on events rather than putting everything in sort of like an update. Level of difficulty, Christy, when you ask level of difficulty, what are you referring to? Are you referring to like the game difficulty or the difficulty to write a code? Oh yeah, so I have not balanced anything. I've just been building components and like, oh, this is how you might build a space shooter game. This is how you might go about putting a space shooter together. But these guys, but we have all these events together. Yeah. Well, I was also, yeah, I was trying to die too. I was trying to get my game over screen to test that my game over screen was working. But this is really starting to come together. We almost, you know, technically this is kind of playable. So there's a couple of things I need to add still. I want to add in sort of a game over music and then a title screen music. So when the game, although, what do people think? What do people think on the title screen? Should I have music here? It's like in the arcade, you don't really have, you know, it's just sort of like silence, eeriness. And it starts up. I definitely want some game over music that's like when you lose. I have like a game over music screen for inserting a coin next. But we do want to add, I want to add a fade in and fade out here for our sort of theme music. But let me find a game over sound. It's going great, Moonray Ray. Oh, sorry, Moonray Murray. Now I read your name, Moonray Ray Murray. Moonray Murray. Welcome back. So nice to see you again. It's going well. We have, you know, it's playable. It's playable. It's not particularly fun yet, but things are coming together. We want to make a commit here though. So we added in, sort of our music. Yeah, git commit feature add music controller slash. So we added a music controller to do this, you know, game add on insert coin and on game over events to game controller. Ooh, there's a couple things I want to do with that too. So my on game over, that's going to trigger my screen to show up rather than it sort of being like hard coded in right now. So add insert coin on game over game controller, and then we also the music add theme music add theme music. All right. So what I want to do here, let's think about it. Oh yeah. So I'm reducing complexity. The idea is like, how can I reduce complexity? My game over screen, my start screen. Now my game over screen and my start screen, I don't really need them here. Instead, on my on insert coin, right? On insert coin, my start screen just disables itself. Set active, false. And when I insert a coin, my game over screen turns itself off. Set active, false. It turns itself off. So I can actually remove these references and they sort of take care of themselves now. So I'm reducing the number of things that are in there. And then on game over. So when a game over happens, my game over screen turns on. So it sets itself active. And this allows me now to reduce. So I've been complaining for days now that my game controller is getting too big. It has way too much stuff in it, and I can finally remove some stuff. I've added some things, but these are extensible things. These events are extensible. I can do lots of things with them. And so I'm slowly removing those and making things based on our event system. Our event system sort of is able to handle it. Although I've broken something. What is this saying? Yeah. So I don't need to do this anymore because it gets those two lines of code are handled. They're not even handled. Those two lines of code are managed by those screens. Those screens manage themselves now. Same with down here. And then do the game over screen. I just say, well, anything that needs to know that the game is over, boom, can do it itself. I don't have to edit this code again. So if you can manage that complexity, remove the code, remove where you have to write code, and keep things sort of generalized as possible. No, not too generalized. Generalized and manage the state in an intelligent way. But let's see if we broke it. Insert a coin. Yeah. So like our enemy spawner, that's another thing that's going to sort of know how to boot itself up, and we'll be able to remove it from our game controller. The game controller only cares about like the state of the player in a lot of ways. All right, so when I die, my game over screen still shows up. Insert a coin, and I can just, anything I want to have happen now when the game ends can be self-contained. I can just register it on the game controller's event here. So now it has this really nice event for on game over, on insert coin. When the lives change, it's working really quite nicely. I'm really quite happy with it. So let's go ahead and add that in. So notice, oh, what did I change? Oh, I removed some things. I simplified it, and I didn't have to do a whole lot though. I'm surprised my scene didn't change. There it is. I just had it saved. So my sample scene here. So what we were doing is we just added, really, so let's look at what we did. Let's get a reset here. Let's look at our diff on our game controller just so we can see what that looks like, so we can understand it and try and write a decent comment. So our game controller is what we modified. All right. And we were able to remove these two fields because the game controller doesn't care about the screens anymore. We replaced those two with these events, all right? And it says, well, the game controller really shouldn't be controlling how the screens turn on and off. Those screens should just know how to turn themselves on and off. And so they've registered themselves to say, oh, I'm gonna register myself. When a game over happens, I'm gonna do my thing. And then we don't have to deal with that code. All right, so our game controller got modified in our sample scene. All right, let's go back to committing. Commit, and we, this is a chore or refactor. We'll call this a refactor because we modified code. Replace, or remove, what did we remove? Remove reference to screens in game controller. Or trying to, writing words is hard. Replace refactor. Use events to show update. Oh, why can't I write words? I'm lacking words. Let me drink some water. Let some words come to me. All right, so we refactor, remove screens from game controller. That's the like subject. We remove screens from game controller. And in fact, utilize game controllers. What are they called? Events, game on, game over, and on insert coin events to display screens rather than hard coding inside of game controller. The game controller is like, I don't care about those screens. Those screens, let them manage themselves. They register themselves. There we go. Took me a second to get the words to come to me, but I'm really happy with that. Okay. All right. I think we've reached our goals for today. Oh, music control panel. All right, music control panel. I want to be able to control the audio. This is going to be a little bit trickier. So we're going to add in, let's see here. We've got to add in sort of an audio control panel. So we're going to create a new empty object. It's going to be our audio controls. Control panel. All right, so we got to do some UI stuff now, which I'm terrible at. Yeah, so some audio controls. And we'll add in a slider to control the audio. And then a slider to control the sound effects as well. Okay. So we'll add in a UI slider like that. Maybe even add in this panel should say like settings on it, something like that. Let's turn off our start screen just so I can see sort of what this looks like, or maybe in our game mode. So we have a slider that we'll be able to move. And the slider, when it has an event that says when it changes, right? So our slider has events, value change. It allows us to modify something. And so our music player, I think, will be registered there. Or even, I think there's a mixer group. I should probably figure out how to do the mixer group thing. Because I have no idea how that works. But we want to be able to control lots of different things all at the same time. But we're going to do it sort of a silly way first, or like a naive, not silly, a naive way. We're going to look at the naive approach first for our music controller here. And then I want to make it so it actually like controls all sorts of different things. The issue is I don't have all my sound effects when the game starts up. They're not in there. And so I'm not entirely sure how to do that. But our audio controller here, this slider, the idea is I can move it. So let's just position this at the bottom of the screen for now. All right. So we'll position in the bottom right corner, or in the bottom, and we'll stretch it. So it'll take up the whole bottom. And the height will be 100 feels like big, 50. But our pivot for a Y should be 0. So it's sort of there. And then we're going to cram our slider over to the right. So we're going to sort of have our audio control panel is going to have a horizontal layout. So it's going to sort of tell that's going to tell how to position things. And it's going to position everything in the middle on the right. All right, so everything in the middle on the right. And then we'll probably add a sound icon later. But our slider is going to start at 0.5. I set the default value. Value 0.5. So our music will start at 0.5. And then when you move it around, it's going to adjust it. So one way I could do that, and that's the easy way, is I put this music thing here and I say my audio source, when I adjust it, my audio source's volume gets set to something. What's interesting is it takes in a single audio source. Dynamic, here we go. Volume. I'm going to say when I change this, it has this trigger, it has this event that when the value changes, update the music player's volume as well. So we should be able to see that. The main problem with this is the sound effects aren't attached to it. And oops, didn't mean to stop it. I gotta turn, I gotta turn my start screen back on there. Start screen should start on. And if I move this up and down, although the volume doesn't get particularly loud, which is interesting, it can turn it all the way down. It's not as sensitive as I hoped it kind of would be. Let's look at our music player here. I guess it's the max. Oh, maybe it is really loud. And you know what it is? I have a filter on my headphones that prevent my music from getting too loud. That's what it is. But yeah, we can turn the volume up and down here with this slider now. Let's make it a little shorter. Can I make our slider? Let's add a little padding on the side. So our audio control panel, we'll give it a little bit of, wrong one there, right side. Give it a little bit of padding. And then let's make our slider less wide. Let's make it 80 pixels wide. It felt a little too big. And we'll probably have a little settings button you click and it'll pause the game or something. But we can adjust the volume now, but it doesn't do it for our sound effects. So I want to figure out how to do it. I'm not 100% sure how to do it. I could go through and make it so that every sound effect when it starts, it sort of registers itself on our audio slider. But I would like to be able to be smarter than that. Because you'll notice if I turn it down, we still have our sound effects happening, right? And so we would like to be able to make it attached to both, or have two sliders, one for sound effects, one for volume. And I'm not 100% the best way to do that, but it looks like I can have an audio mixer group, which I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And so I kind of want to see if I can make one. So I'm going to put mixer group, see if I can do something with that. Audio mixer. Okay, audio mixer group isn't something you can put into your game here. Okay, I didn't think so because that would be weird. But I don't know how to make one, so I should probably look up how to do audio mixer groups. Visual, scripting, shader, animation. Yeah, I'm not seeing something in my thing here. So we're going to go do a little bit of research. Pull up my web browser here so we can do a little bit of research on audio mixers. And see if that's what we want. Unity audio mixer. Let's go read about it. Because I think this is what we want. I think we want to be able to control the mixer in this way. The window displays the audio mixer. How it works. You route output of audio source to an audio mixer. This will be applied to that signal. Okay. How do I get to this screen? Window, audio mixer. Okay, so I should be able to add an audio. So we'll create a thing here. We'll call one music. And we'll make another one for sound effects. All right. So I think if I make it so that my audio is routed to music, and then rather than when this changes, this is interesting here, rather than updating my music player, can I put my mixer in here? Mixer. I want I might have to write a script that somehow updates my audio mixer. So it's not really like an object in the scene. Yeah, it's not an object in the scene. So let's take a look. Snapshots, views, concepts. Well, first off, let's make sure my audio is still coming through. I think it will be. Yeah, so we can see that there. The idea would be that I should be able to adjust this somehow. I'm not seeing how, but edit in play mode. There we go. So I should be able to adjust it that way. It doesn't. So it basically, it's like adding extra filters on it. So if I go down to my music player here, if I adjust this volume, this lets you adjust it that way, but then it gets passed into this thing, so you can, so you can sort of have a sort of mixer panel, and so my audio settings here is going to be attached to my mixer panel, and then I can sort of adjust everything separate. So pretty cool, pretty cool. I've never used this audio mixer thing. I've always hacked together my own audio mixing thing, because I'm usually doing like a game jam, so I often do a 3-hour game jam, and so it's much harder to learn things during a 3-hour game jam. It's just like, just got to get done. So you end up hard coding lots of stuff. So my thought is, how do I get my audio controller, or sorry, my audio mixer? How do I script my audio mixer in my game, in the code? So there's probably just like something I can do to access it in the code. All right, Unity audio mixer group in code. Interesting. I want to get my audio mixer. Public Unity, get audio mixer group. So the question is, how do I find this? And clones the object, or anyone returns a clone. I don't really want to instantiate it. And do I want the audio mixer? Public methods. I'm really looking for static methods. Get instance, get the instance. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm just not sure how to access the mixer from the code. Change output audio mixer group. There's really no Unity asset named audio mix group. Notice that the only audio assets don't include the resource folder named in resource limit. But I don't. Audio mixer. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get it. I've accidentally modified that. Let's reset that. Mixer. Can I add an audio component to this? I can't. But I think I can do. It's a little weird. This feels weird. I feel like it sort of should be like the singleton thing. I think I can add a component though. So we're going to add a script for our audio. We just need to like have a reference to it. So this feels a little hacky, but maybe it's not. In our scripts folder, it's kind of an overlay because I'm adjusting it there. So we're going to do a create audio mixer controller. All right, so we have an audio mixer controller. And really this thing is just going to have a reference to an audio mixer, I think. We're going to see if we can do it that way. So this is going to have a public audio mixer. Got to import it from somewhere. I don't know where we import it from. Mixer. Perfect. And Unity Engine.audio. All right, so this is a serialized field. And so we'll have an audio mixer in the screen somewhere we can access. And then essentially, this will have a, public void or public volume let's think about it real quick. Volume, really want a thing that has like a method here, but if mixer dot, I think it's a mixer group, audio mixer group AMG dot, oh, I don't know how to set the volume. Audio mixer dot. This is interesting because I'm trying to all right, so the idea is that takes in an audio mixer, so I should be able to add to my slider. And it's probably not the right place to do it. This will not become music. This is gonna be like audio mixer controller. Audio mixer controller, and this becomes our music. Okay, so we have access to this thing, right? And the idea is, how do I adjust? What are the methods on this thing? Output, routing target. It's back to its parent here. Yeah, so what's the API for this? Is there any volume? How can I adjust the volume is a good question. I don't know. Set float sets the value of the exposed parameter when parameter is floated is not controlled by mixer snapshots. All right, so let's do a little search here. Audio mixer group. How time should progress. Audio mixer unity update volume in code. Changing audio mixer group volume with UI slider. I'm trying to create a sophisticated volume control. And they're saying audio expose. You looked at exposing the volume parameters of the attenuation effect on the group. All right, so can I expose? Corfless, happy Tuesday, my friend. I'm getting raided. Thank you for the raid, Clayman. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We are working on a oh wow, we got a nice raid coming in here. Happy Tuesday, everybody. So we are working on a 2D space shooter. So we're doing a 2D space shooter. I'm building a Clayman. Is that Gumby little animation there? It's Gumby-ish, but it has a face. I'm not sure, but happy Tuesday, my friend. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We are working on a 2D space shooter prototype. We're building a prototype. So I teach next term. Next term, I am teaching a introduction to Unity class in my middle school, 11 to 14. All of the students have done at least a semester of C# programs. They have the basics down. And so the course, I really want to focus on how to do things in a manageable way in Unity. So one of the things in Unity that is a little bit frustrating sometimes is that it's really easy to do some bad programming, right? And you have all these things in your update method. And it becomes like this nightmare of spaghetti to unwrap and manage. So I'm trying to build a project for my students. I'm trying to understand how to make a 2D space shooter. And that way I can distill it down into sort of a tutorial that focuses on how to write a manageable project. Software engineering 101 too. Yeah, so the idea is like I want my students to understand like when should I use these things? What so essentially this project is going to be how to, focus on using the event system if possible. So we're adding things in events. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to use the audio mixer in Unity. I've never used it. I've always sort of done some janky coding to make my audio mixer work. But here's what I have so far. It's nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. So I have a little Space Raiders game. Click Insert Coin to start up. So we got some music going. And we can shoot some things. We got enemies that spawn. Our enemy. Oh, we can get blown up. We got some power up, so I can go collect shields. Like that. And then I can also, the game over screen, the music stops. And so what I'm trying to figure out how to do, let me die one more time. What I'm trying to figure out how to do is I have this slider and I can connect the slider. The slider is going to control my music, but I want the slider attached to like my audio mixer. All right. So I can do in my music player, I have this slider. I can attach my music player to it and adjust the volume this way. All right. So I can make the volume change this way. That's no problem. No problem with doing it that way. So I can adjust the volume like this, but you'll notice I still have my sound effects, and the sound effects are sort of like independent of everything. So my sound effects system is such that they sort of spawn these sound effects into place, and then they know how to destroy themselves nicely. And it doesn't make sense to add them all as events on this slider. It'd be kind of complex to do that, because then you'd have to add into your sound effect controller something to go find the slider and do something with it. Instead, it would be really nice if I could attach them to this audio mixer, and then when I move this slider, it adjusts my audio mixer. So I am trying to figure out how to do that right now. So trying to write a program that is like scalable, manageable, and it's sort of connected here. So I've created this audio mixer controller game object, which has access to my mixer. But I'm trying to figure out how that works. I'm looking into the documentation, and it seems a little bit more tricky than I want it to be, which is a little disappointing. But yeah, I've gone a little bit longer on my stream than I normally do, but that's okay. I'm having fun. I have the time to do it today. And so I was just like reading through here. Other people seem to have wanted to do the things that I want to do. And so I just recently I read this thread, and they said it is possible to expose the parameter in code, but I can't figure it out. Yeah, so I kind of also want to attenuation add, oops, not what I wanted to do there. Effect before, after. Attenuation. I'm trying to just understand exactly how the audio mixer kind of works. It doesn't expose many. If I add an edit in play mode, it does let me modify stuff. It's not really what I want to do though. I really want to adjust this. Oh, it would require me to adjust that. Interesting. Maybe this isn't quite what I want. Attenuation. Maybe that is what I want. Pew! Yeah, Christy, the little pew going over. Now that I have my music in there, I'm gonna put my little, I had turned off my stream beats a little bit. I'm gonna put that back on just so we have this nice little background while you watch me sweat and try and think through some stuff. Some of the stream beats music might be a nice little loop in there too. Attenuation. Can I expose my attenuation? That's an interesting thought. Can I get my attenuation over here? Is there a public attend? So I have access to this thing, but it doesn't really have much of an API on it. I can like set floats, Set the value of the exposed parameters. The idea is like, how do I expose a parameter here? I don't know. I don't know. So I'm trying, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Ooh, views, groups. Yeah, there's something interesting here about my mixers. The mixer settings. Yeah, maybe I'm just trying to figure out what's the right way to do this to access it. So I know views and groups, and maybe I'm not, and maybe you know better than me, Clayman. If I'm trying to create, so I want to add all of my audio. I'm trying to add all of my audio to this slider here. So if I adjust this slider, I want it to adjust all of the sound effects, all the things. I want to just route things through the mixer itself, which seems like the quote unquote straightforward way to do it, but maybe it's not so straightforward. Exposed parameters. Here we go. How do I expose? Oh. Audio mixer. Select an audio mixer, right click on its properties in the inspect, select expose. Correct. I want it to be, so Clayman, I could do that. That's what I was saying. That's just the single audio, not the mixer. So here's the problem I'm running into. So I have my game, and I want there to be a setting. So if I insert my coin and I adjust the volume down, it still has all of these sound effects are still playing, even though because the slider isn't attached to all of those. And if I did that, I'd have to attach them all. I'd have to go through and attach all of my sound effects to my slider, and there's lots of them. There's lots of sound effects, and in fact, they sort of spawn into existence as time goes. So there's like, the way I've done it, it doesn't seem to be the best. Smab, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We were missing you. I'm glad I went a little long this morning to get this. But yeah, so we're gonna look up how to expose something in our audio mixer. It sort of says here, select an audio mixer group to expose one of its properties. Maybe. Audio listener. I haven't tried audio listener. No, I haven't tried audio listener. But so let me ask, what is an audio listener? Exactly, Smab. I got my little slider down here in the bottom right. Ooh, there's a static. So an audio listener attaches to everything? All right, let's look at audio listeners in Unity. Audio listener Unity. So can I add an audio listener? Interesting. Let's look at audio listeners. I've never done this, so this is a good... The audio listener acts as a microphone-like device that receives input from any audio source in the scene and plays sounds through the computer speakers. Ah. So I would add in... All right. So instead of this being a mixer, audio listener here. So where is my audio? Oh, is it like on my camera? Is that sort of what's happening? Ah. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool. Let me ask a question though. If I want my sound effects and my music to be on two different sliders, can I do that with a single audio listener? And so maybe the answer to my question is like, well, maybe I don't want that. So kind of I wanted to be able to do yeah. So that's sort of what I want. I want to be like, oh well, sound effects and music should be sort of like separate. So I think I need to use Mixer. It'd be good for me to learn about the Mixer, but I did just learn about the audio listener, which is cool. So I think what you're saying is I can actually add in my main camera here and I do audio listener, volume. So this is perfect actually for like the easy way. So this would probably be how I'd introduce this. Say, okay, well we can add a volume mixer this way. It's very, very easy to do. And now if we turn it down, we have no. So thank you for that. I didn't know that existed. That's a really nice thing to know. But I know we often like to in games have a controller for our sound effects and music, have them separated. And in the past, what I've done, I've just sort of had everything attached to it, add a bunch of listeners. But this spawns in sounds, the sounds. So what I've done in the past too is actually I've set it up so like I have a little like audio mix, like made my own fake little audio mixer that has like a list of these things. And when I create a sound effect, it adds it to it and automatically adds it in. Anyway, let's see if we can get the mixer to work that way. Thank you for that though. I did not know about that. And that actually makes it so adding a mute button is really easy. Just click mute and then your audio listener goes to nothing. But let's see if we can be pedantic here, move my audio stuff to 000. All right, so my audio mixer, we want to figure out how to expose variables on it. And I'm getting close. Getting close in my groups, my master group. So my idea here is I want to expose audio mixer expose parameters. Expose. Exposed parameters allows you to bypass the snapshot system. Any parent within an audio mixer from the script. When an exposed parameter is set via script, the parameter is locked to that value and will not change as the game transitions snapshots. Interesting. It's done by audio group inspector. For example, shown in the inspector, including pitch, volume. You can right click on the name of the parameter. Is this the parameter? Add effect. Let me just see here. Expose. Here we go. Expose. So my question is, how do I access that exposed value? So my volume is exposed. I could unexpose. Expose. So I've exposed volume. So the question is, how do I get that exposed variable? Once parameter, it'll show up in the exposed parameter dropdown in the top right corner. My exposed parameter. Rename. All right, volume. Okay, so we're gonna re-expose that as volume. Okay. And I think that lets us, I hate the stringly type stuff in Unity too. That always bothers me a little bit, but sometimes then you wrap it in some sort of container. So I think the audio. All right, so let's see if, debug.log, mixer.get, mixer. I think it has to be a mixer group. Yeah, so this is a mixer group. And maybe I'm just wrong here. Set float, get float. So my idea here was I can get float and the float. Oh, this is fascinating. This is cool. This is cool though. So they do it in the right way because you do an if here. And this is going to tell us whether or not it was able to access it. And so I'm going to get volume. We're going to out float volume. And we'll do a debug .log current volume. I'm curious if this is if this will work. So we're gonna make when we adjust our mixer, it should do this, and we'll do an else debug.log could not access volume. I think this is how it works. All right, so I'll go to get float, and the name must be an exact match. It doesn't really tell us what get float. There's no documentation for get float, which is annoying. So that's the value of the exposed parameter. It's fine that there's no, but it should say like gets the value of the exposed parameter, returns true if it was found, but otherwise false. All right, so let us see. That's in our slider now. Let's add in here. We actually want it to be this thing. And our audio mixer controller volume. And that's going to eventually take in a value, but Meneliki, happy Tuesday, my friend. So nice to see you. Happy to have you aboard. I love your Super Meat Boy emoji. Yeah, look at that. It is working. We're getting that output there. Okay, let us. So this should it's saying it takes in a single. It's going really real, Manaliki. I'm feeling like we're getting close. We're getting close to this being like a finished prototype, and I can actually start working on the actual project definition, scoping, like refactoring and scoping it in, writing unit tests for my so I often write unit tests for my students, turn it into like a full-blown project, start to finish, make some tutorial videos. I'm feeling really, really good about it. So this thing, I don't even know what this single type is, so I'm curious. Single. Really, we want this to take a float. And I think we can do this. Public float volume. All right, so we're going to do this. And our volume is going to be a value between 0 and 1. All right, so we're going to have an internal value, private float volume. So we're going to hide this in here. We're going to expose this here. So field, serialized field. So we have access to it in our editor. Oh no, serialized volume. Never mind. That here. The get just returns volume, but the set clamps it between 0 and 1. Set, we're gonna clamp it between 0 and 1. So volume equals math.clamp value 0 and 1. We clamp it between 0 and 1, and then we basically update our mixer. Say, hey, mixer dot, and we need to scale it in decibels, right? So one thing we notice, or one thing I noticed about our audio mixer, is the attenuation is in decibels. So we want to scale it from between 0 and -80 essentially. So that's how we'll turn it up and down. Great question, Biotest. In this case, I could just have serialized field here. All right, so when I put field colon, I have a property. So I like to just use field serializer so I don't mess something up. But in this situation, there's no difference. So if it's just a field here, there's no difference. When I have it on a property, so notice mixer has get and set, it says apply it to the underlying field here. And this only works if you're using auto properties. All right, so Unity has some, like, in general, you should favor properties over, a good practice trying to use properties over fields, especially if they're public. right? And so this guy's private, it's internal, it's not a getter setter, it's actual value under the hood. And also Biotest, thank you for the follow. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're getting something out of this. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here to learn as I go. So we need to scale this set here, needs to sort of scale this volume, and it's set float. And scaled volume. So I'm going to create a new value, scaled volume. So float scaled volume. And so it's going to end up, if it's 1, so if volume's 1, it's going to be 0. If volume's 0, it should be negative 80. So I sort of need to scale it. And I add a little thing in here that will throw an exception for me if it fails. I'm making my own game, just having problems with volume. I think what I need to do is type the volume to a text file. Oh, so like you're having trouble with the setting transferring between scenes. Is that correct? Gotcha. I'm actually learning here how to use my audio mixer, which seems to be this sort of global variable, which makes sense. It's this mixer. And so if you started using a mixer, you might actually, you know, your problem might be solved. I'm not sure. Yeah, so I'm trying to learn how to use mixer. I've done stuff like what you're doing before in the past where it's like my audio thing here. So I have this mixer here, and this is just part of your game itself. To do it, and then in my scene I just say, oh, I have this sort of audio mixer controller. I've said use my music here. I'm gonna start with my volume set to 0.5, and then this updates my volume with the slider here, but I need to scale this, so let's get a scaled volume. Negative 0 should go to negative 80. Is there a math f.scale? There's not a scale. So I have to remember how to do this math here. 0 goes to negative 80. So I'm going to take my volume. I'm going to minus 1. All right, so at 0, I'm negative 1. And then I multiply by 80. So this should scale my volume. Interesting. So having the slider attached to the mixer is a little bit tricky as well, but I'm doing all right. Were you using, so Clayman was in the saying we can use the audio listener. You could also potentially use the audio listener with your slider, but I want to have a slider for my sound effects and a slider for my Gotcha. Yeah, I want a slider for my music and sound effects. So I want 2 different sliders. But if you just have one, you can attach it to your audio listener, and then it's not that big of a deal. Or it seemed to be pretty straightforward. But yeah, so if my volume is 0, it would be negative 1 times 80, which gives me negative 80 decibels. And if it's 0, if it's 1, it's 0, which will get times 80 will get me 0 decibels. So we're going to try this. And we have this little error check that says, if I set my float and it returns false, means something terrible has happened. So if that's the case, I'm going to throw a new system.exception. Is there like I know one of these is, I can never quite remember which exception to use. Missing field exception seems like me, right? Or method access. I'm just going to do a plain old exception. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm going to say, could not modify volume, could not find exposed parameter volume. So this is just a safety check. We shouldn't get this. This is a sanity check. We should throw an exception if we cannot find volume. So this will save us if we decide to change that exposed parameter name later. It'll help us find this bug. So failing fast is important. All right, let's go ahead and run this. And yeah, check that out. Check that out. My master volume changes when I move my slider now. Sweet. So I think, let's try it. Still not attached to my audio, right? But now the easy thing to do here is I need to add in a second mixer group. So I have a second mixer group. My second mixer is going to be called sound effects. All right, and I do the same thing with my sound effects where I expose. I'm gonna expose this, and I'm gonna rename it to volume. Gotcha, Biotest. I'm glad you figured it out. It's debugging Unity is so tricky sometimes because it's such a massive tool. By the way, Biotest, are you using Unity? I'm assuming you are, based on the things I've been telling you, but I could be wrong. So our audio mixer controller, we kind of have two. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, we have it on music. And so now we can add in, so this would be our music controller. And then this one will be our sound effects controller. And we just use sound effects here instead. Okay. All right. What's interesting when this starts up, now I think I want my volume on my music player, I think can start maxed out. And now I got to pipe all my sound effects into it. Or maybe not. Maybe I need to, maybe my volume starts at, I'm not sure. My brain can't quite handle it. Let's, my audio isn't starting as loud as I kind of want it to. And when I start up, it's not it doesn't start with it adjusted there. I've something terrible has occurred. I changed something. Oh, it's because I was looking at my sound effects, not my music. All right, so my music slider should still work. And we sort of start it at, the scaling is interesting on it. So if I'm at 50, all right, so we're gonna start at whatever value this is. Let's see what, is that a good, that's a reasonable volume there. All right, so what volume? Oh, I should have checked it before I adjusted things. I wanted to get it to 20. All right, so when I was at 20, there it is. Close enough. Slider happens to have a value of 0.7, so I'm gonna start my volume at 0.8. Start my volume at 0.8. 0.8, so it sort of matches. And 0.8, and now all of my my sound effects. Yeah, the insert coin there is fun. My sound effects, if I go my prefabs now, my sound effect, I can set it up so that my sound effect is connected to the master of my sound effect. That's where it outputs to. And I just want to make sure, I think that should affect all of them. So I just have like this one thing there. Biotest, my code is just some variable with int slider that doesn't do anything in the code, and getting audio source from the game object music, update it, somehow put it into the audio slider. Yeah, I'm trying, that's sort of what I've done in the past, but I'm trying to sort of, all right, what's the quote unquote correct and manageable way to do this? And so this is really nice, actually. The sort of way I've come up with here, I'm really, really happy with it. It makes it so, all right, my laser does have a thing here. this isn't, I'm gonna add that to my sound effects. I should probably have my laser have a sound effect type attached to it. So if I go through and change stuff, and then I bet my enemy laser is the same way. Yeah, so that is not quite what I want. Now I can add a second slider for my enemy ship. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. The auto mixer wasn't too bad. It's built in nice. I personally don't like having what I call stringly types. So to access the parameter, I have to say, okay, well, get something called volume. And so then I have to remember to add something called volume. It has to be spelled exactly right. And so ideally, though, having this fail fast will help us find it when it occurs. All right, so I can't adjust my just to test here. Turn that up and down still. It doesn't affect my sound effects, but if I add in a separate slider now, so this one's going to be called a music slider, and then we'll add in another one. This one is going to be our SFX slider. Okay, and I want them sort of stacked on each other here. So we're going to create a parent, or a new one here to be their parent. So we're going to create an empty, or hang on. I can make this change to a, let's change this. Let's get rid of this grouping here. We're going to add a vertical layout group. And we're going to have it sort of over on the right side of the screen instead. And so our alignment's going to be middle right. There we go. So we have our music slider. So these are going to end up being a slider. I'm going to put a little symbol next to them, so they're going to be wrapped up in something themselves. But our sound effects slider, we just attach this now to our sound effects controller and audio mixer controller. It adjusts the volume. So I should be able to adjust them separately now without too much effort. So the top one's music, bottom one's sound effects. So there we go. We have a slider for our, there, that works pretty nice. All right, so now we just want to sort of add in a little symbol there. So we have this audio controls, which works reasonably well. We don't want it to always be there. So instead we sort of want to add in like a little thing that causes to pop up. Also, I want to add, before I do that, I want to add little icons to indicate which one's music and which one's audio. But even before that, let's go ahead and do a commit here. Save our progress. Keep Smab happy. Smab likes to point out I don't commit often enough. So I've never worked with Sound Mixer. So I know it's been here since at least 2018. So I've seen it in 2008. This is the first time I've used it. And it's because when I've tried to use it in the past, I've had trouble getting it to work how I want. I've known it's been in there, I've been able to adjust it. Smab, no, you're absolutely right. It's good program practice. I've already done too many things without committing. I know it's been in here, but it's not entirely obvious how to access it and use it in the right way. And so I'm actually really happy with how well this works. I've always sort of hacked together where all my stuff is connected to a slider, but this makes it much easier, and it should work from scene to scene. It shouldn't care from scene to scene. So I'm really, really happy. And if you had different layers of sound, you can easily mix that in there. This is really, really nice. If you have them, biotest, if you have them, send them to me on my Discord. If you happen to have them already, there's a link to the Discord. I'd love to have them. Feel free to send them to me. You can join the Discord. It's in my About section below, and then send them to me. I'd love to put them in there if you want me to have them in there. In the meantime, I got to get this commit in before I forget. I don't think I have a dot. I think I need to get like a bot or something. I'm so new to Twitch. as far as like hosting, I like years ago, like 6 or 7 years ago, I tried. Used to stream games a little bit. Um, Absolutely. I need to look into that stuff a little bit more. There's a lot of things that would be nice, right? Feature, add audio mixer controller. Okay, so we added an audio mixer controller. And to do this, audio mixer controller is a simple mono behavior to talk with an audio mixer. Allows for ease of adjusting volume. And then I also attached music and sound effects to sliders. But yeah, Christoph, you're absolutely right. I need to get a Discord bot. If anyone, no, not Discord bot. I need to get a Twitch bot to like, or add commands. Can I do commands without a bot? Do you know? Does anyone know? I don't know how things work. I'm so new to Twitch. I've only been streaming since essentially December 1st. I did a little bit of streaming before that. But yeah, if anyone knows or can send me a link or give me some information on how to do a bot, that would be great. Yeah, if you could send it to me in Discord, I'll remember, more likely to remember. But I could take a note here. Cool. I'll have to look into it because I think that would, you absolutely should have it. So my music, this isn't really my music player, but this is my music controller. Interesting. I have something called a music controller, and then I have something called an audio mixer controller. What does my music controller do? Is this even necessary anymore? Oh yeah, this has my play and stop. Okay. That's right. So this is like my music player. I'll keep those separate for now. And maybe call this music mixer controller, and we'll call this SFX mixer controller, just so I have access. I could probably just add, attach these onto one object if I wanted to. All right, let's keep going. I want to biotest, check Discord. Ooh, beautiful. This is awesome. You just made this? That was quick. Add a music icon. Wow. What did you make that in? That's really good for, I was gonna say for, but it's good in general. Great. That was fast. All right, so we'll get that music icon added in. Beautiful. And be sure, how do you want me to credit you when so I'm gonna use this with my students. How do you want me to credit you on that? In Discord as well, add a thing here for me to credit you as well. All right, so for my little icon here, I want to add an icon to the left of this. And oh, I'm just wondering, like, should I credit you as Biotest05? So I'm gonna have a credits page at some point when I'm done. And then in my video tutorial, I'll credit you as well. Biotest 5. All right, I'm gonna add a little note to myself here. I'm gonna add a little thread here. Credit as Biotest 05. Beautiful. And all right, so my music slider, we want to add in a parent group here. All right, so the idea is we have this object inside this one. Let's make it take up the full, make it resize itself. I'm not sure. Yeah. So we're gonna make this thing centered, full size. So width, oh, it's automatically trying to reposition itself, which is, so this is gonna be like a slider here, slider with icon. And the idea is I also have a music icon in there with it. There it is. And this thing, yikes. Width is -200. I want it to be the max width, which happens to be 600 is incorrect, clearly. 300 for now. That's fine. And we're gonna again add in a horizontal group on this one, and we align it on the middle right. All right, and our music icon, where did our music icon go? That's fascinating. Its position should be centered, and then go back to my camera. All right, we don't want it to be all the way over on the left like that. I'm trying my music slider. This should not force a width and height expansion. I thought that would fix it. It did not. Why is the Z so negative? That's interesting too. Check Discord again. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Quick on those. That's impressive. I'm so impressed by that bio test. Really, really. I'll call it SFX icon. And we'll slam that in there. We'll get that working in just a second. Slider with icon. This is... I don't like that it's not... Why is it... Oh, it's because I mineral. It should be... Middle center. Middle right. I swap those. This thing doesn't seem to want to. All right, I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna add in UI image, and this will be icon. We'll put that there, and then the icon will be 50/50. Ooh, that's way big. 16 by 16. Okay, and the image. It's because it was doing it as a sprite. That's why. The image should be the music icon. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. You love making music too? Oh. If you love making music, I would love to hear your music. Send it to me on Discord as well. I'm a musician, or retired is not the right word, but I went to college to be a music teacher initially. I played trombone. What are our dimensions on this? Let's try 12. Nice. And we'll add in some padding. 5. Beautiful, beautiful work here. Music slider, and we will duplicate this. This will be our music slider, and this will just be slider. And this will be our SFX slider, and what did I copy? It's way too much, and I want to duplicate this. There we go. And the slider we're actually using is... I've made mistakes here. Got to go back in time. Slider with icon. Okay. This is our music. Let's rename this. Music slider. Beautiful. I'm absolutely going to check this stuff out. This is awesome. If you want to make music for me for this space shooter game, I'm looking for something intense. Oh, I like that. What do you use to compose your music? I use Fruity Loops. I like Fruity Loops. I have FL Studio. I like the paid version of FL Studio. And I like doing... Just curious what you use to make your audio with. All right, so music slider, we duplicate. This should be SFX slider. I see what happened. I let my brain get the wrong one, and we're just gonna move this in here like that, and the icon becomes that. Okay. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's check it out. So thank you, Biotest, for those awesome graphics. Let's make them 16. I think they'll look better 16 by 16. Yeah. What are, and I can check this myself, but I'm bad at it. What are the dimensions on these images? Are they 16 by 16? Okay, that's what they looked like. So my intuition was right that they were 16 by 16. And let's make our slider 16 tall. Can I make my slider 16 tall? Perfect. To match. All right, so we got these nice little sliders here. Biotest, nicely done on the music for me. Thank you, on the little icons there. It's like kind of sensitive. Music, the sound effects has to be kind of turned up. So I probably want to scale it not linearly, like logarithmically down, but I'm gonna leave it for now. So the audio, and I have other music playing, so it's just hard to hear. Sliders work. All right, so my goal is now, we have these sliders working. We added in these icons. I want to, all right, get status. Let's make SMAB happy. Incremental commits. Incremental commits, just good practice too. Get status, get add, get status, double check, make sure I'm not committing anything weird. Get commit dash in, sure. Add slider icon. Thanks, Biotest 05. Thank you. Biotest, do you have an open game art account by any chance? Still got admin of code open here. Open game art. If you have an open game art account, so you should. This is open game art is where I go to get most of my assets when I'm making tutorials, when I don't feel like I can make them on my own. It's a site where you can share your art with others, and it allows you to easily license them to other people. The idea, they have to be open source, you can't charge money for them. And so, you know, anytime I make stuff, not anytime, but I try to remember to put the stuff I make up here. So if I make some art or music, so some of my music's up here. I love this. It's such a wonderful place that exists, and it makes it really easy to get licenses for your project. So I've been putting everything into all the things I've done for this site in my 2D space shooter. Once I'm done, I can download a credits file and turn that into my credit screen and keep it as my license in my project. But I'd absolutely encourage you to use that. It'd be great. A great place. I would totally use your assets because your art there, boom, quick, easy, and perfect for what I want to do. All right, so we just committed. I want to add I want to make it so that the menu can open and close. That takes it to my screen. So I want to add a little settings icon down on the right. So Biotest, if you want to make a little settings icon for me, that'd be awesome. But we're gonna make it so our audio control panel is hidden by default, and we're gonna add in a button. A button, and we're gonna put an icon, and the button's gonna sort of be down in the bottom right there, and that's gonna open our control panel. So this is gonna be a button without text, and we're gonna make it 16 by 16, maybe 20 by 20. Fruity Loop Studios likes to freeze to turn on a sound. Maybe what I'll do actually is I'll make it so this is a toggle. If I put this in here, you broke it. If I put this in here at the top, scene here, and I make it a little bit taller. So I actually want it to start from the bottom, lower right. And what's interesting is as this scaled up, it got too big. My height, if I make it 200, I can make it big and don't force a height. So the idea is when I click this button, it will turn on everything underneath. And then if I click it again, it toggles it off. So my idea is that when I click this button, it's going to toggle. If I click two things and create a parent, does it put both in there? It does. Nice little thing. We'll call this audio sliders. Okay. And our audio sliders is just going to expand fully. Can I make it expand? I can't. 300. And we're going to add in the height. How tall do I want this bit to be? Twice as tall as this, so 32. And 60 maybe? We'll try 60. And this will be a vertical layout group. And we don't force expand to anything. 32, 40. Okay. And on my audio control panel, sort of want it close to the bottom right, but 20 pixels away, 10 pixels away. Give it a little bit of spacing. Perfect, perfect. And that was quick too. Could you add, so I like it. I like the loop on it there. Would you be able to add like some drummy stuff to it? So like in my current music here, let's see what it is. Let's listen to my current music. I like the intensity of it. Yeah, I'll check back later. Oh, it gets in there later. All right. Cool. I like it. It's not quite what I'm going for with this specific game. Listen to the sound effects I have in there right now. Let me pause my overall music, my stream beats here. So it sort of like has this driviness. I really like the looping stuff you had in there, but I want like the drums to be more of a driving thing in here. If you could do that, I would check it out. I'd check it out. But I'm going for what I originally was saying is I was going for this game called Xanac. Really, it would like a Xanac-esque audio in the first level here. Like this is the type of really driving fast. That's sort of what I would like to emulate as far as the sound goes, as the music goes. That's what I'm going for. All right, we are trying to make this button toggle. All right, so we're gonna add a toggler on this. The idea is the slider, it's gonna turn this slider on and off. And maybe I want my button to be underneath so my button doesn't change positions. Oh yeah, so if my button's underneath, with my audio sliders, it'll just open up above it. There we go. So let's make it so this is gonna be a toggle. So I don't think I can add in like conditionals here. Essentially, I want it to toggle the, if it's not on, it turns it on, and if it's off, it turns it off. So it's gonna turn it on and off. So I'm gonna create a toggle, a toggler. This is an overlay. I'm gonna create a script here. Toggle controller. Okay, so in our toggle controller, it sort of has like a target. target on it. So we're going to do a field, serialized field, public game object to toggle. And then we'll just add in a toggle method, public void toggle. And our toggle method just sort of checks whether or not we should set it active. So it's going to set active, and then it's going to set it active basic on to toggle, based on to toggle dot active. It's tell us active. What does it tell me to use instead? Use set active and active self. Okay, so the toggle is just gonna switch. I'm gonna say if I happen to be active, I'm gonna set myself to be not active, and if I happen to be not active, I'll set myself to be active. And so we'll add that to our button here. All right, so our button gets a toggle controller. And the game objects we'd like to turn off is our audio sliders. And then we say that we are going to toggle like that. All right, so I think we will have this toggler here to get the settings. I just needed to have a nice little settings icon to click, but oh, that's interesting. How fast it goes. I'm doing something not quite right there. Interesting. Let's check it out. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, this is like, I think this is exactly what I want, Bio. Could you, so MP3s don't loop well. I really love this. I love this. MP3s don't loop well. Can you send me a WAV or an OGG file of this? Yeah, so MP3s have compression that sort of cut off the end and beginning, unfortunately. So I need to have a little bit on there. But yeah, if you could send me an OGG of it, that'd be awesome. My toggle's doing this weird thing where it's sort of clicking too fast or turning itself off somehow. All right, so it wasn't related to that as wave. Boom. All right, let's get that. I'm going to save this music renewed as wave. I'm going to turn it into an OGG just because it'll be smaller. So 7 megabytes there as a wave. But if I edit this in Audacity, all right, so we want it as an OGG here for sizing purposes. Nice work on this though. Awesome, awesome. Export as OGG. And I'm going to put it in my music. This is going to be my battle or like theme music. I need it. So Biotest, if you're looking for something else, I feel a little bad asking you to do more stuff for me, but I'm looking for like a game over screen music as well. So if you have some ideas, I don't know what that looks. I'm thinking maybe Solomon. It doesn't even need to loop, but maybe just like some game over music. Yeah. Artist name Biotest 05. Let's save that. Did I export that as an OGG? Theme music. Let's just make sure I did. Okay. And then let's add that in. I love that music. That music's great. Music player. We're going to make this our theme music. I'm going to see how it feels with everything in here, but I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, it fits so well. Awesome, awesome, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let us try to figure out why this toggle is going so fast. I was under the impression when you click a button it only fires once, but it seems to be firing. Debug.log fired. It's toggling really fast on this button click. I want to toggle like that, but it's calling it. I think it's calling it multiple times. And if not, we're gonna double check. This is why I added that debug there. I want to see if it. Oh, when you let go of it, it fires it again. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I just wanted to, I was trying to debug a little thing here. I didn't know when you click Unity button on click fires on release. It's firing twice. Oh, cool. Ooh, that's good too. That's good too. Game over. Let's add that in. I'm not there with it yet, but I'm gonna. My man here. Game over. What happened to this? There it is. So one little thing, a little criticism. It ends abruptly for some reason. Is there any way you could have it like fade out a little bit there? It's a little bit that it ends too quickly for like ends abruptly for me. If it could sort of fade out, that would be perfect. But I like the do 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 do. Here we go. We are so close to having this work, but the button. So whenever I click the button, it fires event and also selects the button if I. Oh, it's because clicking is also my fire and the button happens to be selected. It's not that it also fires twice, it's that my click is a fire and it's selected. That's interesting. Meneliki, thanks for hanging out. There we go. So we made it so it can't be selected. But we can adjust the volume now. Yeah, there we go. All right. I like that a lot. Have a beautiful day, Meneliki. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Feel free to come back anytime. We have this. See ya. Working well. I need a little like settings icon. So I'm gonna go find a little settings icon to put on that button instead. And I want to add in some audio music. All right, so my music player. My music controller script, right? So in my music controller script, let's edit the script. I have different types of music I can play. So I have game over. All right, so I need an audio clip, game over. And we'll make this a public, really doesn't need to be public, it can be private, I think, field. Serialized field. And we got a get private set on that. Sure thing, biotest. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. We'll replace this old one. Beautiful, quick, fast work. When you get back, biotest, I'm curious if you ever do game jams. You would be such a great team member for a game jam because not only do you do this audio, you do some sprites, and it sounds like you do some coding as well. You'd just be a perfect team member. I always feel like I'm not the best team member. I kind of do everything a little bit, but I'm slow on the music. I'm slow on audio, but I'm pretty solid when it comes to coding. That's sort of my only what I bring to the table, so to speak. All right, so we got our game over. Oh, I love that. How big is this file? Properties. Not big at all, 100 kilobytes. Beautiful. So we have our music controller. No, it's our music player. And it's going to have our game over. Then we also need our theme music. All right, so game over. Theme music. So what's cool is every level you could potentially just have like a different theme music. So we'll add in our theme music here. Okay, so music player, theme music goes here. And so the idea is now when we go to play, interesting. Play. Biotest, welcome back. I was commenting on how I think you'd be an awesome game dev, like a game jam partner. I was curious if you ever do any game jams. Have you ever done any, or do you do any game jams? So play here. Maybe this isn't what I want. Maybe I actually have a different, maybe this isn't what I want. This is like theme. We're gonna call this like our theme music controller, actually. Oh no, I wasn't necessarily saying like I would want you on I'm not doing a game jam right now. Although if I did, I think you'd be a great. I was just mentioning that you happen to be, I think because you do audio, you do sprites, and you're clearly doing some coding as well, that you're like the whole package when it comes down to it. Music player, this is gonna be our theme music, right? And then so I think I'm gonna add in a whole nother thing here just called like music. So like all our music sort of comes together. So this is our theme music. And then down here, we're gonna add in, this is gonna be our game over music. 10 out of 10 on bad code management. Well, you know, it's all about growing, right? So managing that's one of the really challenging things with Unity is how do we manage our code in a way that doesn't blow up, right? It's so easy to write bad code. That's one of the major challenges. It turns out to be really easy to write bad code. So our game over music is going to come here. And what I'm going to do is on my game controller on insert coin, yeah, so on game over, now all we're gonna do is our game over music plays. And we can do play like that. Okay. Oh, this music is perfect. All right, I'm trying to die. Need to not collect shields. And it's like the same key as the theme music, so it just like goes into it perfect. Oh, it's on loop though. I gotta turn that loop off. Oh, my friend, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. This is wonderful. All right, one last thing before I hop off here. I need to get an icon for my button down here. That's funny. So I got this nice little menu. I have my little, it's saying fired over here. So in my toggle, you just sent, all right, let me take a look at it. Let me take a look at it. You just sent a new one. Nice. Nice. All right, so we're gonna find a settings icon, and I do gotta go here. I was only gonna stream for 2 hours. I'm almost at 4 hours here, so this has been a nice long stream with lots of progress. So much progress that I think I might be kind of done with my space shooter. We're gonna search for settings icon. And we'll go with 2D art, game icons. Let's see if there's just one, a good one here. Kenny always does great stuff. This is really long form when I stream. My throat, I've been having so much fun. I need some more water. I didn't even get a second coffee. And my throat is, I know it's been a long stream because my throat's getting a little scratchy. Yeah, about 2 hours ago, I said, well, I'm going to do this one little thing and I'll be done. And it took a little longer, so I'm going to steal this settings icon here. But it's been fun. It's hard. Like I always say, it's to me, streaming is, it's kind of addictive, and it's hard to, when you have people you're talking to, you're having fun, and people are doing so. Like I don't necessarily want to do. I need a settings icon bio test. Sorry, I need a settings icon. So I was just gonna steal one here, not steal, but borrow one from the Kenny assets. Yeah, I'm looking for a settings icon to open up my audio panel there. If you want to throw one together for me, that would be beautiful. Because we have perfect. I'll hang out then. I'll wait for it. And we're gonna put that icon down there so we can click on it. And we're learning. So I keep saying we, like we are learning. So I'm learning so much about Unity as we go here, because in the past when I've done Unity stuff, I've just sort of done like, the fast, sloppy version, but I've really been like, oh, how do I create something that is manageable? And the thing that I'm loving is like things that don't change every frame shouldn't be in your update. And in the past, I've used like my update to track all kinds of stuff. And so really focusing on learning the Unity event system, and sort of, in programming sense, in software engineering, we call this model view controller. So what is my data model? What's my control model? What's my view? And so Unity sort of has your view built in. Your scripts that are mono behaviors, those are typically like your traditional controller, and your model sort of in the back somewhere. And so I'm not quite doing that because my model and controller are sort of tightly bound, but I need to go back and do that for my player object here. So I have this prefab for my player, and it has an awful lot of stuff on it. So like I should have like a ship object that sort of has like the speed and stuff attached to it. So there's some refactoring I'm going to do at some point when I turn this into a project, but the idea is to present it in one way and then say, okay, well, this is getting complex, so we're going to modify it this way. So not just showing you how to do it in the best way, but show you when you start seeing this pattern of stuff building up, how do you take that and make it more manageable? So that's one of the things we want to do is we want to how do we manage the complexity? Because Unity has this bad it's not Unity's fault. It's not necessarily Unity's fault, but Unity tends to like allow you to easily get out of control. And any programming language really does it. And it's just because Unity provides so much and there's so many ways to program it, what is the quote unquote best or correct way? And I don't know that there's a best or correct way, but there are ways that are certainly more manageable than others. All right, so we can certainly find ways that are more manageable than others. All right. All right, so yeah, we're gonna wrap up here in a minute once we get the settings icon in. And I'm just gonna add in a template for it real quick, and then we'll just swap it out once I have yours. I just wanna make sure it's gonna work the way I think it is. Let's find it here. Wrench, there it is. So we're gonna still this sprites, put our wrench in here. And I'm pretty sure on this button, all I have to do is swap out an image. If I put target graphic, wrench. Oh, I can't just, oh, it's image. Here we go. I think I can just do that. Yeah. So once we have BIOS settings icon, we can just boop. That works nice. I think the spacing there is not quite right on the image, so I'm going to actually make my my X, my width. We found, well, I was before, I kind of liked it being stretched from the bottom, and we'll do 10 on each side. Does that look better? That seems better. Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger too. It feels a little small, like if I was on a mobile device, that might be kind of hard to click on. But it's things seem to be going reasonably well. Oh, no worries. Let's open this. Let's download this file. Can we, so real quick, are you able to get it so that it is transparent background? So I just want to like an icon like that. This doesn't have a transparent background, it looks like. Is that correct? Yeah, transparent background would be what I would want on this. Oh, no need to apologize either. Oh, I see. You want it to be like a button icon. Okay, we'll give it a shot. I'll see how I feel about it. Let's download this bad boy. As a settings button. All right, we'll put that in there. We'll add that into it. We're in downloads. There it is. And we got our settings button like that. And we'll swap that out. That looks all right. Not bad. Pseudo Gaming. Happy Tuesday. What's my email? If you want to email me, what would be the best email I could get? I don't want to give out like my personal email. I should set up an email. If you want to send me something, you can join my Discord. No spam, of course. But I have a Discord that I'll send you the link to that if you'd like to join. Let's see, where's my invite? If you would like to join and send me something, feel free to do so on my Discord. That's the best way to get in touch with me. And Biotest, thank you so much for such active participation. That's awesome. Making music, making, you know, icons for me. This has been lovely. It's been awesome. And we made some great progress today. We got both our bonus and our... Yeah, look at that. We got explosions, we got audio. It's really starting to come together. Capitan, Pseudo Gaming, call me Capitan over on YouTube. I love it. And let's get that beautiful game over music one more time. Oh, I love how it just like goes into it. It's beautiful. All right. All right, so I think I'm gonna wrap up there. Let's do a commit. Let's get ourselves all added in. Thank you everyone for hanging out. This has been so fun. I have one more day tomorrow. One more day tomorrow where I'll be streaming before I go on vacation. I'm going on vacation Thursday. Get commit dash m chore or feature, really feature. Add sound toggle menu. So we like have a settings menu. Add game over music. Add theme music. Beautiful. Perfect. What am I going to do while I'm not streaming, or what am I going to stream tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. I think I'm actually pretty done with this prototype. I might be working on it a little bit. I'll be doing some game dev stuff. I'll be doing some game dev stuff. Probably just massaging this a little bit. But the third project I want to do in my Unity class happens to so the first one is all about events, no updates. So it's like a text, not text based, but it's a pseudo gaming. If you want to give me some extra viewers, I'm always happy to get viewers. I'm about to log off though here. I'm at the end of my stream tomorrow. So the projects I want to build for my students, there's 3 projects we're going to do in my class. The first one is sort of a point and click adventure. So an adventure using just events, systems, managing complexity. It's all about model view controller. The second one is basically starting to use update. So you have update. And the third one, I think it's going to be a using physics. So probably a 2D platform. Yeah, so you should make a challenge using Game Maker. So you want me to use Game Maker instead of Unity. I've never used Game Maker. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you a link to where to share art. Opengameart.org. It's my favorite place to get assets. Absolutely, should absolutely do it. All right, but everyone, thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I stream early my time, Arizona. I start streaming around 5 a.m. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. is sort of like what I have scheduled for myself. And then sometimes I go longer. Like today, I went quite a bit longer, but we managed to get our goal. We added in sound effects, we added an explosion animation, and we added music and an audio control panel. So we learned a lot in this one. But as always, have a beautiful, beautiful day. Keep on coding, keep on growing, and you're welcome back anytime. If you wanna know when I'm gonna be live, click that follow button. Trying to do it every day I can. I'll be out of town starting Thursday though, but click follow to know when I'm gonna be on. You can also check out my YouTube channel or join my Discord to know what I'm doing, what I'm up to. But I'm heading out. Have a beautiful day. Thanks you all for hanging out.